The time is 6:31. I would like to call to order this regular Board of Education meeting. The first item on our agenda is our roll call of those Board of Education members who are present. Trustee Goodwich, would you perform the roll call, please?
Certainly, Madam President. Trustee Sutton Kennedy.
Present.
Trustee Goodrich, I am here. Trustee Townsend.
Here.
Trustee Espy.
Here.
President Hawkins.
I am here. We have 5 Board of Education members present and 2 who are absent. Next, that takes us to the Pledge of Allegiance. I would like to invite members of the public and everyone in attendance to join us in reciting of the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next, that takes us to the acceptance of the agenda. Is there a motion at this time?
Trustee Sutton Kennedy, move that the Board of Education accept the agenda as presented.
Thank you. A motion was made by Trustee Sutton Kennedy. Is there support for this motion?
Support, Trustee Townsend.
Thank you. Supported by Trustee Townsend. All those in favor?
Madam President?
Oh, yes. We have a proposed item for consideration on the agenda. Thank you so much, Trustee Espy.
Madam President, I would like to propose that we shift our agenda so that our number 7 item, closed session, and the number 8 item, or number 9 item, public comments, are shifted so that the public comments occur prior to us moving into closed session, please. So that's, I guess, 7 and 9.
Okay,
Or-
so 7 would become public comment.
Correct. And then the closed session would become 8, and then the opening of the session would become 9.
Thank you, Trustee Espy. Is there a motion to accept the amended agenda?
Trustee Sutton Kennedy, I move to accept the amended agenda as presented.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Trustee Sutton Kennedy. Is there support for this motion?
Support, Trustee Townsend.
Thank you. Supported by Trustee Townsend. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Next, that takes us to item number 4 on our agenda, which is achievements, awards, and recognition. And at this time, I will turn it over to Dr. Zachary Ross. It looks like we have several this evening, so we can just go through each item. Dr. Zachary Ross.
Thank you, Madam President. At this time, we're really excited. I see our principal of Beatty Early Learning Center, who will bring our points of pride. It looks like there might even be someone with him. Principal Keenan Atkinson. Thank you, Principal Atkinson.
Good evening, board.
Good evening.
And good evening to the rest of our YCS constituents. I'm glad to be here this evening, and be able to show a couple of our points of pride at Beatty ELC, which is located at 1661 LaForge, Ypsilanti, Michigan 48198, in case you didn't know. All right. So, this one. All right. So previously, I don't know if y'all are into the soap operas, but As the World Turns was a soap opera. So this is previously on the Beatty ELC World Turns. So these are our highlights from 24-25, a couple of the things that we did. If you notice at the top right left, that is our certificate of recognition for demonstrating quality with the Great Start to Quality program. That means we are at the top of it used to be a 5-star rating system. So they changed the rating scale up a little bit. So now demonstrating quality is essentially the equivalent of 5 stars. We had a Napit Celebration Day, which was awesome to see all the parents and things there. At the bottom middle, that was our Apple Crunch Day. Our students, our scholars got to come into the gym and try apples, red apples, green apples, sour ones, crunchy ones, soft ones. And what you don't see is that we had a tally of what they liked on the wall there. So that was a lot of fun. Up in the middle there, that was a article that was done on early childhood in Ypsilanti, well, actually in Washtenaw County, and they actually came out to Beatty and talked to me personally. Took a couple pictures of me and the students on the playground. So that was a lot of fun to be able to participate with that. And you can find that article on Concentrate Media, I believe it is. Upper right, we had a moving on and moving out celebration. Props to and a big thank you to Principal Charles Davis for allowing us to use the middle school auditorium. So my students got to walk across the stage. They sung songs, and with High Scope and with Head Start, I can't say graduation, but we had a celebration for them moving on to the next chapter, whether they came back for another year of preschool or whether they went off to kindergarten. Hey, Miss Lee. So that was a lot of fun to be able to bring that to those families and do something nice for them. That was well deserved. And I mean, they had a great time. We had folks trying to bring balloons in and signs and things of that nature, but I had to stop them from bringing in the balloons, but it was good. We packed out the auditorium and had a great time. To the bottom right, that is the Honorable Jimmy Wilson. He was at our school reading books, and that was during our celebration of like the Million Man March. So a couple of the dads and men, we also had EMU basketball. One of their players was out, their coach, one of their assistant coaches. And they just came and read books to the kids, went around to the classrooms and just visited the building. So it was good to have other males in the building besides myself, because I am one of one in my building. So that was good to have. The crowning jewel of the school year is the Early Head Start program. We officially opened in January. So if you see over there to the left, that is the opening day. We had a little mini ribbon cutting for the first day of school for those scholars. If you don't know about the Early Head Start program, we are the only one in Washtenaw County in a public school setting, which is awesome in and of itself. And it is a room of 1.5, so that's 18 months to 36-month-olds. And the only other one is at Gretchen's house. So we're only one of 2 in the whole county. So if you look to the right, that was when they started putting in the playground before they put the surface and things in. To the left is what it looks like when the surface is down. So that's an accurate depiction of what it looks like. And then we also had a grand opening. Alina was at both of them. Thank you, Dr. Zachary Ross, was showing up and showing out. And we also had Superintendent Norman there. Representative Wilson was there. Also, Eddie, who's the executive director of early childhood with the WISD. So that was a joyous occasion to be able to put in that playground, and the kids have a ball out there every day. When I tell you, that's a pretty good color scheme I think I came up with there too. So I have to toot my own horn a little bit. We had a family dance. So the funny part about the family dance was the original day of the family dance that it was set for, I think we ended up having a snow day. So we ended up having to push it back a couple weeks and readjusted everything and decorated the building. We had parents help decorate the building, and we had different classrooms have different activities, fed the families, had a good time. Those children and those families were dressed to the nines. They was, as a teacher of mine, they used to say in high school, they were sugar sharp. Them kids, hey, they look better than some grown folks. This is our pajama program that we have yearly. You see the bear there is actually a human inside of there. And she was burning up. She kept running out, to the office, taking off the mask and whatnot to cool off a little bit, but it was fun. The children enjoyed it. We had a pajama party in the gym. Some of our parents even came out. The kids, it was just a regular pajama day, but the pajama program gives them guidance on parents, that is, on how to properly wind down your child for sleeping, and how to put them down at a good, decent time frame for them to go to sleep and be prepared and ready for the morning. So they also supplied us with pajamas. We gave pajamas to every scholar, as well as teddy bears as well. So as you can see, we got, looks like blankets on the floor. Looks like a real pajama party going on there. May Dadness, shout out to the Lady Grizzlies. They came out and helped facilitate May Dadness with our students. So they did different little basketball exercises in the hallway, in the gym, dribbling, shooting, passing drills, and exercise, stretching. All of those things took place for May Dadness, and we had a pretty decent turnout. Thanks for the dads coming out and being a part of that. So these are a few things that's going on in 25-26 this school year. Right now, we're working on a book study, Don't Look Away, Embracing Anti-Bias Classrooms. I would say that's actually going pretty well. We have a really good group. The vast majority of our building wanted to participate in this book study, so that's always a good sign that recognizing that we need to make sure we do things properly and how to best not have how not to best have biased classrooms. So embracing anti-biased classrooms. Also, we ordered a whole bunch of books that teach different diverse topics and things. Matter of fact, one of the books over there, The Skin You're In, Eddie came out to the school one day and he read to one of our classrooms. I wish I had pictures of that, but that was a good book and the children really seemed to enjoy it. So it only made sense for us to order those books. To the right, that is me with a bear. I can't take all the credit for this one. I got to give Teresa Harrington a lot of credit. The bear we're using the bear as a tool to kind of have our parents come out and be a part of not just our parent policy committee, but just come to our parent meetings and just have people bringing the parents in to be more involved. So the idea of the bear was, first we had to name the bear. So all the classrooms came up with a list of names to name the bear. One of them was Spider-Man Boy, which I just thought was the funniest name. And I'm trying to think what was some of the other names. Oh, well, the parents ended up voting on the name. So his name is Mr. Fuzzy. And Mr. Fuzzy, I'm taking a picture there because we wanted the parents to come out and be a part of it and vote on it. So what happens is the classroom with the most parent participation in the parent meeting for that month, that classroom gets the bear. Now, my one classroom 5, that was pushing it the hardest. And matter of fact, the reason I'm taking the picture is because she reminded me, Keenan, you need to take a picture so we can send this, so I can send it to the families. And she did so, and her classroom won. So she was uber excited about winning that bear for her classroom. And the scholars told me that they would take good care of the bear. I told them to be gentle with him. They said they would, and they were gonna make sure he stays in good shape. So we'll see who gets Mr. Fuzzy next month. All right, what's noteworthy? Hey, we're fully enrolled, which is always a great thing. There's 120 students at our building, and that's how many students we have. Last year around this time, I was close. I can wonderfully say we are fully staffed. We have everything and everybody we need at the building at this moment. So that is a great thing. And we have a parent policy board. Again, thank you, Teresa. So we have not just my building, but also Ford and Perry as well have policy members from across all 3 buildings. So it's just the whole totality of the preschool program. So what's new at our building? Well, glad you asked. We have a filling station that we just got maybe about 2 weeks ago. We got a new printer at the building. We have filter sinks in all our classrooms, so providing fresh water throughout the building. We got a new fence separating our outdoor classroom from our playground area, that's good to have as well. And then thank you, Geraldine. Thank you to Geraldine. She helped us get a book nook. I remember when she called me and said, Keenan, do you want a book nook? I said, absolutely. And it came over the summer. And that book nook has been a hit at that building. So far what we got going on, of course, we have food gatherers. U of M nursing comes out every Wednesday and helps out. We still have Watching Our Promise around. The ISD had did a couple professional developments during our staff PD a couple weeks ago. EMU, we're still working with EMU. Oh, EMU, we have student teachers in not student teachers, but students that are in education classes, and they come and they do, I guess you can say student teach, but they kind of follow one of my teachers around and make sure that they want to stay in this field. So we're hoping to keep them in this field. And then we also have Yoga Strong, which is a new partnership at our building. And I think they've done things at Ford and Perry. So it's something new to our building. Right now I'm trying to work with the U of M School of Public Health and Epidemiology. Let me slow down. They want to do a program at my building, so I'm currently in talks with them. They want to be able to detect flu particles in the air. So I think that's a great thing, especially dealing with preschoolers. There's a lot of germs. We done got hit hard with hand, foot, and mouth at one point in time. It's gonna happen. Things of that flu is gonna happen. It's flu season, COVID, all that good stuff. So if we can find out best practices and best ways to find out those things ahead of time or before they run rampant in the building, then I'm all for that. So last week, we had our Men's Matter March. Like I said, I have 120 students at the building. So we had about 12 dads show up to the building. They helped out in the classroom. They read books. We fed them donuts, of course. So that was always a good thing. You got to have food sometimes to draw people in. But it was just a sight for me to be able to see and have all these brothers here at the building with me. And the kids were excited. I was excited. And I just had a good time just having them in the building. One of my dads that's in one of these photos, his son was actually out sick that morning. And he still took the time to come out and come to his child's classroom and be a part of it. So that sense of community, I think that's really what we're trying to build there. So what's next? Of course, we'll have a family dance again, May Dadness, Nappy Day, Blockfest. I know you're asking, what is Blockfest? Blockfest is something that the ISD does. They come out and it's a party with blocks in so many words. So they come out and facilitate and do something with students. It's after work hours, so it's not during the school day, but it give the families something to do in the evening hours, and they just do different little activities with blocks, help teach the children different math skills, because that's what you learn with blocks. That's a critical component. And that's it. Any questions?
Any questions, comments, board members?
Don't have a question. I want to say thank you very much.
No, thank you, Ms. Lee, because you have been our biggest proponent and supporter to the whole preschool program. We really appreciate you.
I love my baby.
I know it. I know.
And you know I have to advocate for Miss Harrington because she requested a YCS shirt. And I told her I would advocate for her. So I'm putting that out there, Miss.
Oh, you know what? I forgot to mention, and I did write these two things down. The ISD and YCS both honored one of my associate teachers last year, Miss Yusuf. She has been working with in Washtenaw County within the preschool program for, I think it's been 28 years. So she got recognized by both entities. I want to make sure I recognize that. And then we also had a rocket launch day. So Nurse Katie, her husband, he's in a group where they like to launch rockets and whatnot. Nothing harmful, anything of that nature. But he came out and launched rockets in the parking lot with the students, and I wish I could have put those pictures in there, but they wouldn't upload into my slideshow. But all the classrooms had a great time. And you never know, we might be inspiring the next NASA person or the next astronaut, just somebody in the next in the aeronautic field. So I want to make sure I mentioned that as well.
And
Any other?
I did forget. I'm glad you didn't steal my thunder.
Yes, ma'am.
I got you at board comments, okay?
Okay.
All right.
I appreciate it.
Okay.
Any other board comments or questions? Outstanding work at Beatty. Thank you so much for this presentation this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Hawkins. Thank you all for having me.
Yeah. Next, we have a presentation on, under Achievements, Awards, and Recognition, we have National STEM and STEAM Day. I will turn it over to Dr. Zachary Ross for that achievement, acknowledgement, or award.
Thank you, Madam President. STEM and STEAM Day falls on November 8th. There's no way around it. Children are significantly better off with strong science, technology, engineering, art, and mathematics skills. That's why STEM and STEAM education programs are so important. It's undebatable that these subjects push society forward, and these programs help to find fun and engaging ways to teach them to students, which is all worth commemorating. So on November 8th, we celebrate STEM and STEAM Day. Thank you to our educators for recognizing this day on November 8th. Education Support Professionals Day is on November 19th, annually observed on Wednesday during American Education Week. National Education Support Professionals Day honors the contributions of school support employees. These support professionals provide invaluable services and are essential partners in a child's education. The day honors a long list of professionals who keep schools running smoothly. They include all our secretaries, administrator professionals, classroom aides, cafeteria workers, maintenance workers, bus drivers, and the others who support educators, school leadership, and the scholars too. These professionals do their part in making public schools exceptional for every child so they can be safe, learn, and grow and achieve. Let's give a round of applause to our educational support professionals as we celebrate them on November 19th. The National Parent Involvement Day is celebrated on November 20th, a day for America's parents, grandparents, and caring adults. National Parent Involvement Day was created in 1994 and is now the oldest family engagement event in education. This special day was created as part of America's Education Week and is the third Thursday in November. We want to raise awareness about the importance of family involvement in education and the positive impact it can have on student achievement. Throughout the years, we have seen firsthand the difference that engaged and involved parents can make in their children's education, whether it's helping with homework, attending parent-teacher conferences, or volunteering at school events. Every parent has a unique and valuable role to play in their child's education. That's why we are celebrating National Parental Involvement Day and continuing to foster meaningful engagement with families throughout the year. By participating in this special day, schools can recognize and celebrate the contributions of parents and volunteers, promoting the importance of family and community involvement in education, encouraging collaboration and partnership, and promoting the value of public education to the broader community. National Parent Involvement Day, November 20th. Another group that we value and lift up is the Substitute Educators Day on November 21st. The United States observes Substitute Educators Day, which was instituted by the National Education Association. The purpose of this day is to highlight the role and importance of the substitute teacher by providing information about, advocating for, and helping to increase appreciation and respect for this unique professional. According to the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, there were over 500,000 substitute teachers in 2020. These educators fill the shoes of the class's regular teacher for half a day up to several weeks. Substitutes apply to teach in a school district. They will receive notice from the district of an opening, sometimes just hours before they are needed. Other times, substitutes fill in for a teacher when they are scheduled to be away. A substitute often doesn't know which subject they may be teaching from week to the next. They are flexible and resilient educators who provide a bridge between full-time educators and their students. The observance aims to elevate the respect owed to substitute teachers. It is also a way to advocate for substitutes at all levels of education. The day also promotes being prepared for an absence at school and improving the receptiveness of substitute teachers. Substitute teachers come from every facet of life within experience in math, science, language arts, history, business, and more, focusing on the continuous progress of a classroom's education. These teachers play a vital role in maintaining high levels of education in every school system. Substitute Educators Day is observed by some on the third Friday of November during American Educators Week. Let's give these professionals a round of applause.
Thank you, Dr. Zachary Ross. We have a lot to celebrate and a lot to be proud of. First, kicking it off with Beatty, our National STEM and STEAM Day, Education Support Professionals Day, National Parent Involvement Day, Substitute Educators Day, all valuable, honoring our educators, our families, and our caregivers. Let us give one more round of applause to all these very important individuals who make education happen. The next item on our agenda this evening is the consideration of our policy services. The board will consider whether to switch our provider for policy services. So at this time, I'm going to turn this over to both the chair of our policy subcommittee, which is Trustee Goodrich. And I believe that there is some information that is going to be also shared and presented by Dr. Zachary Ross. Who would like to go first?
Okay, great. If it's okay, I'll give a brief introduction to the discussion on the policy subcommittee, and then I'll turn it over to you, Dr. Zachary Ross.
Thanks.
So thank you so much, Madam President. This is coming out of the policy subcommittee on which President Hawkins and Trustee Sutton Kennedy and I serve. I want to acknowledge that the prospect of changing policy providers is it's a lift, and we don't bring this proposal lightly. A few of the things that we took into consideration when discussing this in the policy subcommittee include both just the sheer volume of Neola updates. The Neola policy package is large and the number of updates per year is high. And that has been a substantial lift. When I took on the chair a year ago, we had a substantial backlog, and the new updates have come in since then, exceeding it takes a lot of committee time to get through all this, and it's exceeded what's been reasonable for us to achieve. It's compounded because the updates kind of also arrive piecemeal. Frequently, there's pieces in one part of the package that are then echoed, but not perfectly in other parts. So it's taken a lot of time, both on the part of the subcommittee and administration, to make sure that repeated language is consistent. As we saw most recently when we struggled with language around AI across multiple policies. And this requires a lot of extra work, just cross-checking and making sure everything's well aligned. We've also struggled a bit with lack of guidance around what's legally required and what's locally flexible, so that we can make sure that we're both adhering to what we need to do legally, but also knowing where we have the ability to make modifications that reflect our local needs and our values. So this can lead to overcautious adoption or accidental omission of critical legal language if we're not careful. And because at times you all know that we have adopted Troon policies in places where those were more tailored to our needs or more tailored to Michigan law, because Troon is Michigan-based, there is the danger, and we've occasionally had to catch places where we have old policy sets from Neola and new policy sets from Troon, since there's not when we're moving between policy providers, we don't always have the guidance on what rescissions are necessary. So having Troon's model, this would give us a full set of streamlined policies with internal coherence. It's also expensive when we use Neola's policies, but have to rely on Troon for legal interpretation. So that leads to additional costs and a substantial administrative burden on our staff to be able to create and maintain handbooks, guidelines, and forms with limited support from Neola, or in places where Neola can't give us the locally tailored guidance that we require. I think one of the most exciting things about the potential switch to Troon is just the clarity of organization and the easier to use structure of their policy package, as well as the level of ongoing support and the more streamlined updates, as well as their Michigan-specific expertise. And then we'd have flexibility in hosting. We know that currently with Neola, we are tied to Board Docs. Board Docs is going away, so we would have to adjust to a new platform regardless, but we have many more options, including some things that we already invest in-house as a potential place to host our policies. And I think this has the potential, given the information we've received so far, to reduce the length and the overlap in our policy packets and create a clear set of policies that reduce our future agenda time and make sure that we have less ambiguity and a better set of policies. And with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Zachary Ross, and I want to acknowledge we would not, definitely would not bring this without input from our administration because we recognize that this is a big lift and they're going to see the biggest impact in both directions from this potential switch.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Trustee. I just want to add, I was one of the people who was like, I did not want to bring in this additional lift because I thought for sure this was going to be a huge lift. However, talking to the subcommittee, just really looking at the streamline piece of this, it certainly is true. We would take some of the Neola policies and have to take it to our truant attorneys and pay those attorney fees and get the clarification and bring it back to the subcommittee. So that additional piece, it saves our district would save our district quite a bit of funds. The second piece is we've spent a lot of time just doing the policy work, and we have not done the administrative guidelines, which is the day-to-day work. And so that piece alone that would align to the policy is very important because in my mind, that's a huge liability. And so that the fact that the policies and administrative guidelines come hand in hand with this adoption. And our administrative team has been working every time we adopt new board policies, they're like, oh, let's look at the guidelines. Oh, let's look at the forms. But the guidelines and the forms come with this package. And so that was, they're smiling right now. That was something that, as I was talking to the team, they were very much pleased with looking at what came with this. In addition, the student and employee handbooks are already aligned. And so that was one piece that we thought was missing with Neola, because that Neola is a nationwide piece versus this is very Michigan specific. And we thought this would, as I'm looking at you on here, they're like, yeah, this is this is a liability for you. This is very much aligned. This is helpful in terms of everybody would get student and employee handbooks. And although we have some handbooks, they're not across the board. And so we thought, wow, this is a comprehensive package. And so we have asked, instead of just us as the subcommittee, you've heard some of these things in our small groups, but we asked Lucas and, oh, Ray Davis, boy, oh boy, how fortunate are we? And Ray Davis from Troon to answer questions because we knew that this is such an important board. Of course, other than hiring the superintendent, that's your number one job is to adopt policies. We thought that we'd ask members from Troon to answer questions that you might have about this very important decision. And so thank you for coming. I know we don't have the owl here, but we can hear you and see you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having us. We're happy to answer any questions you have. And if you like, we even have a brief presentation that hits on most of the points of the Troon Policy Service to kind of give you a better idea of how everything works.
Our board vice president already had her hand up. And so I know you have questions, and I don't know if they wanted to do the presentation, but we knew that there would be questions.
Sure.
Yeah, Vice President Lee can ask the question and then we can move into the presentation.
I just have a question for us. Are we behind with the policies? Are we caught up? Not yet.
Not yet,
So
and the
is
diff-
there a penalty for us not being caught up with the policies? Or
no, and what I can tell you, a huge difference to answer part of that is that with Neola, because Neola, it does come from multiple states, they have updates all of the time,
Time,
which might
right.
not be aligned to Michigan policy. And that's one of the things that they'll probably share in their presentation. They don't have these updates that happen all year. They're gonna share how they do their updates. It's quite different.
So if we stay with Neola, then you're saying we probably would never get caught up.
It's been a heavy lift. since
Okay.
I've been on
Yeah.
board.
Okay. All right.
It's quite different.
But
Do you
thank
have
you for your
any-
question.
Okay, and you do have access. Yes, there's quite a bit different because they can be updating in Ohio and because of course legislators change in different states.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm ready.
Well, thanks very much for your time. You know, as they've mentioned, there's a lot of Michigan-specific stuff about the Troon Policy Service, but we'll get into all of that more throughout the presentation. I'll start with just a brief overview about the Troon Policy Service. As Michigan's premier public school law firm, Troon represents a substantial majority of Michigan's public schools and ISDs. We've helped set the standard for representing Michigan public schools with a long-standing history of excellent client service for 80 years now. And the result is today, over 90% of Michigan school districts and ISDs are Troon retainer clients, relying on the expertise of Troon attorneys year-round. And throughout the history of our firm, we've had extensive experience with board policies. Troon attorneys are very familiar with reviewing, drafting, and modifying policies adopted by Michigan public schools. But since 2020, we've started this comprehensive Troon policy service. In the years leading up to this, we were receiving a lot of client requests to do a comprehensive review of district's board policies. And time again, Troon attorneys were finding policy manuals that were inconsistent, incomplete, outdated, and often not in compliance with the law. So our team of 31 attorneys got together, worked to develop a practical, efficient, and user-friendly policy manual that is both easy to understand and legally sound. And that's why when you go with Troon for board policy, you're not just guaranteeing legal expertise, you're also guaranteeing practical knowledge in all areas of Michigan school law. Unlike other policy services, Troon policies were created exclusively for Michigan schools and are now officially endorsed by the Michigan Association of School Boards as the preferred policy service in Michigan. Some providers are national conglomerates of former superintendents from different states. And when there's a legal question about their policies, they reach out to their legal counsel to get you an answer. On the other hand, when you have a question about Troon policies, you're going straight to the source, usually speaking directly with the person who wrote the policy when you have a question about it. Basically, with over 500 Michigan school districts on retainer, we know that there's no one-size-fits-all approach to board policy because that ignores everyone's size, location, priorities, and current challenges. So basically, we've made the Troon policies to be customizable to your district with those sections marked very clearly to assist you in the process. So we've made the policies not just to adhere to the law, but also to be very user-friendly. We organize the Troon policies very efficiently so that finding the right one is easy. We've minimized the legalese in the policies, and we've also worked hard to keep the implementation and update process very simple. Notably, the policy implementation meetings are a great resource to walk you through the implementation process. We hold these virtually a few times a year at no extra cost, and then we also have a recorded version on the website all year. Basically, these walk you through all of the options in the policies and answer any questions you have. We have Troon attorneys joining from all practice areas for those meetings. We've put a lot of effort into making the annual update process very easy and straightforward. We send out one big update in June, and otherwise we limit it to only the legal necessities. If there's a new legal update saying you need an immediate change in board policy, well, then we'll get it to you immediately. But otherwise, we keep everything till June whenever possible. You have flexibility in your choice of where you post the policies online. And it's very cost effective, especially considering your retainer client discount and the avoidance of costly legal issues down the line. We include the Title IX All Staff Awareness Training video and any future updates to it, just as part of the policy service. And we offer the administrative guidelines and forms and the student and employee handbooks as part of the service to accompany the policies. So I'm often asked, what does it take to switch over to Troon Policy? The steps are actually pretty simple. You download everything from our website. We give you a checklist that you use to personalize the policies. You attend a virtual policy implementation meeting or watch the recorded video, finalize everything to present it to the board, and then we give you a sample resolution that repeals all the old policies and replaces them with the Troon policies. So before I talk about personalizing the policies, I'll show you how we organize them. Here are the 5 Troon policy series. I like to say that there are 4 main series because the 1000s is very short. It's just 4 policies total. Then you've got the board bylaws in the 2000s, operations, finance, and property in the 3s, district employment in the 4s, and students and academics in the 5s. So because we don't have, say, 3 different policy series addressing district employment, it kind of limits the policy updates you're required to have because we've consolidated it in this neat way. So you'll need to fill out several customizable fields in the policies before you're able to adopt the policy manual, but we've provided you with some tools to assist, primarily this policy implementation checklist. This includes every item that will require any action on your part. That can include inserting information specific to your district, like contact information, selecting from optional inserts that have been pre-written by the attorneys, or approving or deleting a policy that's entirely optional. To help guide you through the process, every item on the checklist correlates to an area highlighted in bright blue in the policies. You don't have to send us back anything after the customization is complete, but you can reach out at any time with any questions you have. Some districts choose to create committees or use existing committees dedicated to personalizing the policies. They'll bring in different groups of people to do each series. It's kind of allow for everybody to contribute their perspectives at the same time. And then after, on average, about 3 months, everyone's able to come together with all the completed personalizations and move into the final push of the adoption process. The time it takes to do this kind of varies a lot between district, depending on the level of internal review you want to have. It's totally up to the district. There's no requirement that this be done at any particular time. You can finish the adoption during the summer, during the school year, whatever works best for the district. So here's some examples of the customization process. There are some policies that are entirely optional, such as student representative on the board. If you don't want to adopt an optional policy, just replace the title with intentionally left blank. This keeps the numbering system the same for everybody so that you don't have to renumber everything based on which optional policies you adopt. There are some policies that are not optional, but they've got optional language within them. In board member reimbursements, you'll see right after B, there's an optional sentence. If you don't want to adopt it, just delete it and put the word reserved there, just to maintain the numbering system of everything. There are some places where there are pre-written selections from the attorneys. In this case, just delete the option you don't want, keep the option you do want. And then other places where they leave notes and recommendations. For example, here in the bullying policy, there's a recommendation that the responsible school official be listed as the superintendent with a brief explanation about tort liability. But again, that would be up to the district. So policy implementation, to complete the process of implementing the policies. These policy implementation meetings will be a great resource. These are virtual 2-part meetings held quarterly on Zoom. We always have a recorded version on the website. There's no additional cost to attend. As many people can join as they want. Within these meetings, Troon attorneys will share their screen, go through the policies one at a time, pay special attention to those that require any action on your part, and answer any questions you have. So these are a great resource. Once the policies are all customized as directed in the checklist, you're all set to bring them to the board for adoption. You're not required to schedule a meeting with us or send anything back to us in order to complete the process, although we're happy to meet with you at any time or answer any questions you have. Otherwise, the process is basically designed so that it can be done on your own timeline. We provide you with a sample resolution that you use to repeal all your old policies and replace them with the Troon policies. Then you're all set to bring them to the board for adoption and upload them to the online platform of your choice. We have made it a priority to have annual policy updates that are user-friendly and straightforward for our clients. We save as many updates as possible to be released together during the annual policy update in June, but there may occasionally be some mid-year policy updates as required by new developments in the law. Otherwise, all policy updates will be held until June whenever possible. You'll be notified that the annual policy update is available on our website. You'll have opportunity to join this annual policy update review meeting in which the attorneys review each of the policy updates, answer any questions you have. And of course, we also record that and keep it on our website all year. You're given a policy update summary, which lists all the revisions, each policy that changed with a description of the change. The instructions for implementation are just a more thorough step-by-step guide with links on where to download everything, specifically what changed in each policy, kind of written out for everybody. The marked PDF shows you specifically what changed in red text, so that you can scroll through each policy quickly and see what was added or deleted. And then you're given these updated Word docs ready for the board's review and to be uploaded wherever the district chooses to post the policies online. The administrative guidelines and forms are an optional part of the service designed to go hand in hand with the board policies. Of course, just like the handbooks, it takes away the administrative workload of kind of adjusting the district's AGs and forms and handbooks. If you kind of do everything wholesale and just go Troon policy, AGs, forms, and handbooks, everything comes together on the website. You're given these videos where the Troon attorneys kind of break down each document one by one and explain anything they think you should know. With the handbooks, they are sold together, obviously designed to go hand in hand with the Troon handbook or the Troon policy manual. And annual policy updates apply to the AGs and forms and the handbooks at no additional cost to the policy update fee. So whether or not you choose to get the handbooks or the AGs and forms, the policy update fee will be the same. Here is the pricing of the policy service. There are one-time fees to receive everything, $8,000 for the policy manual, $4,500 for the AGs and forms, $1,500 for the handbooks. The only recurring cost are the annual updates. That's a maximum of $2,750 per year, but it could be less if few updates are needed in a given year. Overall, Troon policies are clear, consistent, and customizable, created by experts in the field who are here to help. We're happy to take any questions you have, but first, I just wanted to turn it over to Ray for any final thoughts you wanted to add.
Yeah, well, thank you very much for having us. I have a warm place in my heart for Ypsilanti. Your district is one of the first districts that I represented when I joined Troon in the late 1990s, and really enjoyed working in your community. I did take a look through your policies today, and wanted to point out just a few things. And let's start actually, Lucas, I'm going to keep this kind of short, with 1443. Your policy does not define who an administrator is under your administrative contracts. You can see this is a policy that was adopted over 10 years ago in 2014. And statutorily, you have a non-renewal process that you have to go through with all administrators over instruction. So all your principals and your superintendent, your CFO, your curriculum director. But that statute does not apply to administrators that don't have supervision over instructional services, like, a director of food services or a director of custodial or maintenance, operations director, that sort of thing, athletic director. Well, your policy doesn't make that distinction. So you have to now apply this statutory process that was only meant for administrators over instruction to all of your administrators to be in compliance with your policies. And it's these sorts of little nuances, I think, in, 5 or 6 years ago, I don't know, Lucas, how long have we been doing this now?
5 years now, almost 6.
Yeah, yeah. We embarked on this endeavor in order to help school districts have better systems for operations. That's the reason we're doing. We're trying to make sure that you have in essence, a simplified operating system that's compliant with state law. And so, for example, if we look at policy 9130, you have a policy there concerning public complaints that almost creates a grievance procedure for anyone in your community. And this is another policy that was adopted in the 1990s. But if you see at level, or at the fourth level, if someone has an issue and has taken it up, a complaint about your district and has taken it up through the superintendent's authority, the board then at that point needs to convene to either hear the complaint, to grant a hearing, or at least to make a decision on the complaint under this policy. I represent Mount Pleasant schools. This policy created just a real big issue for Mount Pleasant schools when they had an internal dispute between a contractor and an employee, and the contractor brought a defamation claim against the teacher and used this process to have an open, really almost defamation claim, legal proceeding for the board in open session against the teacher. And it wound up being a debacle. So we've eliminated this type of complaint process. Let's look at Administrative Guideline 3211. We want to make sure that your policies don't have unnecessary timelines. This is your Whistleblower Protection Act policy for support staff. You have a similar one for professionals. And if you scroll down, you will see under the reporting violations section there that if someone believes that someone in the district is violating, if an employee believes that an administrator or someone else is violating state or federal law, they must file a written report within 2 days. That's in paragraph A. Under paragraph B, the immediate supervisor will acknowledge receipt of the written report within 5 days. So I'm under reporting violations B, the first sentence. They have 5 days after receipt of a report to acknowledge, and then it has to be investigated within 15 days. And we had an issue at a district, a very large district, that had this administrative guideline and couldn't get the process completed within 15 days because there were multiple whistleblowers. And as a result, you're almost automatically out of compliance. But on top of that, I wonder how many of your administrators or employees even really know that these sorts of timeframes exist within your policies. So, we've created really our policy set in an effort to minimize, these sorts of timing requirements and minimize it only to that's required by law. This 20-day time limit that's under reporting other violations is not a time frame that's required by law. And if you don't make it, all you do is have evidence that you didn't follow your policies. So that's why we put this together, was to help our districts create good operating systems. We've had incredible success. Multiple districts and ISDs are now joining our service. We're proud of it because we believe that we're improving school district governance because of this effort and this investment that we put in this system for you. I'd be happy to answer any questions. I'm sure
Thank you
Lucas
so
would be too.
much. Board members, what questions might you have?
So I have some questions. So I'm just comparing the cost. This one is just a little bit more, but not substantially more. You stated that the updates, they occur once or twice a year, correct?
We have
They
the
occur-
we have the annual update in June. That's the big one. And then on average, there's like 1 to 2, maybe 3 throughout the year where we update 1 or 2 policies. It kind of just depends on what legal updates happen. Sometimes we don't need any during the year. Sometimes we can get away with just 1 or 2. But it really depends on how the law changes. But primarily, we have attorneys monitoring it all year, asking themselves, 1, does this require an update? And 2, if it does, can it wait until June? And whenever possible, we hold everything to go out together.
The fee that's cited there, though, is an annual fee. It's not a
Right.
fee for each update. It's a
Right.
fee for all the updates during the year. And we've had years where we haven't charged that full amount because we didn't have as many updates, and it wasn't appropriate for us to charge a higher amount than really the work that we put into it, in my opinion.
The total fee was $19.50 2 years ago because it was not an update heavy year. We didn't have to put out that many updates, so it was only $19.50 out of $27.50.
Okay. Looking at the list of schools, I noticed like for the schools in Washtenaw County,
Mhm.
we have 3 schools within our current, well, 4 technically, including WEOC. I noticed that a lot of the schools that you all have on the list are not necessarily in urban areas. Is that I'm concerned, well, I'm not concerned, but I'm just questioning, with the exception of, you can consider Southfield urban in some parts of Southfield, but I noticed like YCS, will we have any major issues, or is there, I don't know how to word this,
Mhm.
possible issues with, I know we're very, what's the word I'm trying to use? Yes, we pride ourselves on making sure that we are mindful of cultural differences and things of that nature. And I just want to make sure whatever program we go with is that it's mindful of that. And you did say that there was a customization process to it, but
Yes.
I also want to make sure, like, even when we customize it, and we may have questions about what we are customizing it to, that is still within the law. Is there
Mhm.
additional costs with that for you all to go back and review that, just to make sure that we are making a change, a modification that is still compliant with the law, but
Good
also
question.
still respects our thought process on diversity and equity, inclusion, and all that good stuff?
Absolutely. So to answer the first question, I'll say that as of right now, while we only have a quarter of the state on the policy service, we've got 100% of Michigan's ISDs and 92% of Michigan school districts as true and retainer clients. And, we've been around for 80 years. So although the policy service is only 5 years old, truant attorneys are very familiar with serving almost every district in Michigan and certainly every region of Michigan. And we're working hard to push the policy service more into the Detroit area, especially since the MASB announcement that we partnered with MASB. I've gotten a lot more meetings all over the state, and I have many more around the Detroit area, and I'm happy to present more and more around every urban area in Michigan. But to answer the second question, yeah, there's an extensive customization process involved. A lot of the times when people move over to the policy service, they're surprised that this policy they're looking for either already exists as a optional policy or an administrative guideline, or if it doesn't exist, anything you are looking for doesn't exist already in the policy service materials. We're happy to work with you through that. That would be an additional cost at the attorney's hourly rate if you wanted to draft something new, or if you wanted to review something that we absolutely couldn't find already in some form in the truant policy service. Any questions you have regarding the general meaning or direction about the policies, that would just be included in the policy service. But once you actually started to draft or review something outside of the base provided materials, that would be an additional cost at the respective attorney's hourly rate.
Okay.
Yeah, I would like to say these policies are not our policies. They'll be your policies. And so we're going to work with you to make sure that they reflect the standards that you want them to reflect. And, you know, obviously we're going to give you, every district advice based on, you know, potential legal concerns that might exist with every policy. But to the extent that, you know, that a request is lawful, you know, we're going to work with the school district to make sure that their policies reflect the policies that their board want implemented.
And you said that you all now have 100% WISD participation, so that does include Washtenaw ISD now?
Not in the policy service, but as Troon retainer clients. So those are the all Michigan ISDs pay the retainer client fee to Troon Law Firm, just kind of rely on Troon expertise throughout the year. So while they are not all on the policy service yet, about half of them are on the policy service, but 100% of them are retainer clients and use us for legal services.
Thank you.
Sure.
Other board questions?
Hi, I would like to ask, so one of the things that came up this past year, when we were trying to build out policy, specifically it was around, incorporating some policy around, AI use in the district.
Mhm.
And in doing that, we were doing some research on where there are policies available to do that or that exist. And I believe we did not, I think we found one through Neola, correct? Is that accurate?
We have, over the last year and then some, we've been going through a number of different policies that touched on updated
Mhm.
AI guidance. But that was one of the pain points because there was language around AI that appeared in multiple different policies that was mirrored in a lot of different places, but we received those policies in different packages from
Mhm.
Neola. So it was a game of whack-a-mole trying to go
Right.
back and find and align. And of course, it's an area where our understanding is moving and where our district is at the forefront.
So yeah, I guess to
Definitely.
that extent,
There's
I
tentacles
think,
in a lot of places.
yeah, I mean, so it was definitely a challenge to kind of figure out how we would both support our district's use of it as well as, you know, prioritize the integrity of our students' work. And I'm just curious what that's looking like in terms of the policies that you all are building out, and how would you potentially go about like building that with us?
Absolutely. So we do have an optional policy to address the use of AI. It's one of those that was made optional because the attorneys determined you didn't legally need to have this policy. Everything that was legally required was addressed elsewhere, but a lot of people were asking for something to be addressed in policy, and we found something, you know, we dedicated time and effort to putting out something that our clients could adopt if they wanted to. So we have an optional policy to address the use of AI, and then that is for district employment. For the student group in the 5,000s, there's not an equivalent policy for students because they wanted it to be addressed directly through the existing anti-plagiarism policies and the acceptable use of district technology policies. It is briefly addressed in the student handbook, and there are a couple districts that have worked with Troon attorneys at their hourly rate to put out a custom administrative guideline regarding student AI use. I believe their general take is still that it's best addressed through the existing policies, but they have worked with a couple districts to create some student AI use administrative guidelines, if that's the direction you want it to go. However, we do have a optional AI use for the district employment series just baked into the policy service, ready for you.
Right, but Trustee Espy, you can take whatever subject matter you're talking about and replace it. And really, so I interpreted your question is do we stay abreast of important issues that are facing our clients? And then do they wind up being reflected in our policies? And, we represent, um, over 450 public school districts in the state of Michigan. I personally represent a number of community colleges and municipalities as well. So we are always looking at the trends. So what are things that are impacting and does this need to be in our policies? And in the spring, we get all of our section groups together to discuss those trends to see, if there's something that's significant that needs to be addressed in our policies. So we do have internally a system in place to make sure that that we are at least identifying for our clients policies that we think might be a best practice on issues that are new trends, in the system. So we really, I think, do a good job of trying to stay on top of not only national legal issues, but also state and local legal issues that impact our policies and we think about, okay, what do we need to do to our policies to make sure that they're accurately reflected?
Thank
I've-
you. Yeah. And to that, I think I heard you just speak to the idea of the national policy. I think one thing that's really exciting is that you are so Michigan specific. And I think something that would be a potential like loss in this is being so focused on Michigan that we're losing sight of what's happening at the national level. But it sounds like you have folks doing that work. And I'm wondering if you have like partner organizations or that
do.
you're working across state lines with, just so that I know as we look at education across the country, we want to make sure that we're staying, in alignment and, a lot or matching kind of what's happening in other places too.
Yeah, so we're strong supporters and members of the Council of School Attorneys, national organization of school attorneys throughout the country, and take a very significant role. I know, for example, I'm a labor and employment attorney, so I do a lot of labor negotiating, and I attend a conference every year by the American Bar Association of attorneys that represent public entities, like we represent public entities, along with union attorneys that represent unions, along with mediators and arbitrators. And we all get together and talk about nationally what's trending what are some good ideas that we can learn from other parts of the country to bring into our state. So we absolutely keep an eye on what's trending nationally and what's important for our school districts here.
Great, thank you.
Other board questions?
I just have one more question. I guess it's more so for the committee. So the biggest takeaway that I'm getting from this change is one, board docs is going away. This is going to streamline the process for us, which is significant. And I mean, we still have room to do our own customization, correct? Okay. That's just get your point with me. So, okay.
All accurate. I just had a very quick question about the timeline. Have you worked with districts where I see I'm assuming that the 3-month timeline is pretty much an average. Have you worked with districts where this lift has been quicker than a 3-month timeline? Or is 3 months something that is really kind of a minimum or average amount of time that it will take to kind of work through the policy, repeal, replace, and
Sure.
implementation?
I think the 3 months is pretty safe. There's a good bit of information to go through, and I think it really depends on the level of internal review that you want to have. I think the districts that have done it the quickest are probably the smaller districts up north that have only a few people that are serving multiple roles, and thus they have less people required to less eyes on it in general, and kind of go through things a little faster. I also think people go through it faster when they have a established timeline, and like I said earlier, kind of break out these series so that each one can be worked on simultaneously by different groups of people, so that you can kind of get everyone's perspectives at the same time and then come together as a group at the end. I think that's probably the best way to do it. I've seen people take longer than 3 months just because the school year gets crazy and they get busy and it gets pushed back and they never really had a timeline written down in the first place. And then, administrative change, board members change, and then suddenly the process gets kind of slowed down. That's typically what I see slowing the process down, just unexpected events that are unrelated. I think the best way to do it is to have the established timeline and a committee dedicated to the process.
Thank you.
Sure.
Last call for questions. Yes, trustee Sutton.
I just wanted to add another benefit to the summary that trustee Townsend just mentioned. And I think that is that currently our administrators have to manually create and develop the AG guidelines and policies. And this way, that will reduce that workload for them as well. So in addition to streamlining things for us, I think that's also a big benefit that we shouldn't, forget to mention as well.
If I could say, our administrative guidelines are pragmatic. So for example, if you have someone that needs accommodation under the ADA, it has an actual worksheet so that you can work through the 4-step interactive process and do so legally. Or if you have a non-renewal of a probationary teacher, we have checklists to go through so that you can make sure that every step along the way is legal. If you have an FMLA issue, there's a checklist for the FMLA or for the ADA in these administrative guidelines. And all of these things are designed to make sure that your administrators and your board stay compliant with state and federal law.
I have one more quick question. Are there any limitations that you would share about using your policy service based, in lieu of someone else? Are there any limitations, things that we're not maybe thinking about asking that you would be able to share with us?
I would say it is also viewed sometimes as the biggest benefit of the service, but it's really much on your own timeline at your own convenience. We don't require that you plan meetings with us. We don't require that you send the customized policies back to us. So if you're not on top of the process, it's really just not going to get done. If you sign the order form, I'll give you access to everything. I'll send you invites to join the policy implementation meetings. I'll let you know about policy updates. I'll send you emails about all that stuff. But if you're not online downloading it, it won't happen. I won't bug you about it because we have so many. It's really just not how the policy service is modeled. We're here so that you can contact us whenever you need. And we have a bunch of materials and videos for your access. We're very quick to respond to questions. I fire those off to the relevant attorneys and bug them to make sure you get a quick answer. But if you're not involved in the process, it's really up to the district, I think.
I think one other thing about our policies that you should think about is that we have, is it quarterly now, implementation meetings, Lucas?
Yeah.
Where, and you can, if you're considering it, Lucas could shoot you a link and you could, when is our next one, Lucas?
December 5th.
Yeah, you could get on if you wanted December 5th and look at what we do. And what happens in these implementation meetings quarterly is we have an attorney from each group that's an expert in each group get on with clients and just, first of all, walk through implementing the particular section that they're responsible for, but also then answering any questions that any of the clients have. And the entire group really sort of benefits from the questions and the answers that occur during that whole process. And if you can't make one of the live implementation meetings, we record them and we have them on our website. So at any time you can go back and watch an implementation meeting and look at what the attorneys are saying about the particular policy sets. So we're really sort of proud of the system that we've put to make sure, you know, these policies are the law of your school district. And you'd be surprised at how many board members don't even know what their laws are because they have such a complicated system. And we're very proud that we put this system in place for our board members to become educated about what the law of your school district will be if you decide to purchase the Troon policies.
Thank you.
So what time is the meeting on December 5th?
So, sorry, I'll correct myself. It's December 4th and 5th, Thursday and Friday morning. Each meeting goes from 9 to about 11 a.m. and we cover half of the policy manual on each meeting. Registration link is available on the events page on troonlaw.com. It's free to join. You can have as many people join as you like. Don't need to be a policy subscriber. But on Thursday and Friday morning on December 4th and 5th, starting at 9 a.m. each day, we will go over half of the policy manual on each day.
Sorry, I have one more question, and this may have been covered, but kind of looking through like the table of contents for policies, right? I see at the top, it says something like the highlighted policy titles are optional policies. And districts can choose to adopt one of those or not, right? And make some variations. When it comes to things that are not part of those optional policies, are we like beholden to the language that shows up within the Troon policies?
A lot of the policies that are not optional will contain a lot of options within them. Any language that is not optional is just based on what the law says you need to have in the policy.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
I will say, though, sometimes a school district will have like a local policy that is just specific, you know, the use of buses at the home tour, or some sort of local policy. And we work with the districts to make sure that they're included in the policy sets. If there's something specific to your community that you want included in your policies that isn't within the parameter of what we've identified as possible policies in our set.
Yes, please reach out at any time with any proposed modifications, revisions, questions. Let us know what you're thinking.
Great, yeah, I appreciate that
For sure.
information. Thank you for answering all of my questions and having some patience with that.
Oh, absolutely, great questions.
If there are no other board questions, we want to thank you for joining us and answering all of our questions and presenting this information to us for consideration.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for your time. Feel free to reach out with any other questions, and have a great rest of your night.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next that takes us to item 6 on our agenda, which is another presentation related to the refunding of our bonds. I will turn it over to Dr. Zachary Ross to introduce our next presenter.
Thank you. We have another partner from Troon, Mike Gressing's here. Just a different arm.
That's right. Yep, Mike Gresson's here. I am a bond attorney at Troon Law Firm. So sorry about all the Troon attorneys appearing for you
We love
tonight.
Troon.
Well, thank you.
I talk to
And
Troon all day.
I love being here because I think I have good news tonight, and I don't always have the opportunity to provide clients with good news. So as was stated, I'm here to talk about an opportunity to refund some existing bonds that you have outstanding right now. So there's, given the economic and interest rate market right now, there is the possibility where you could refinance some existing bonds and save money for your taxpayers. So to take it way back in 2007, the former Ypsilanti School District issued some bonds. In 2007, the 2007 school building and site bonds. So the former Ypsilanti district's voters must have authorized a bond proposal to do some building projects, other projects in the district. And so the school district borrowed money by issuing bonds to pay for those projects. And then in 2016, so about 9 years later, this school board and this school district authorized the refinancing of those bonds. So you had the 2007 bonds, and then they were refinanced in 2016. And the purpose of refinancing them in 2016 was to save money for the taxpayers, to reduce the interest costs on those bonds and save money for the taxpayers. And now those 2016 bonds can be refinanced again. Typically, there's a 10-year period where you can't refinance bonds. And now we're at the next period where there's an opportunity to refinance those bonds. And because the interest rates on the current bonds are higher than what current interest rates are, there's the possibility of doing that refinancing and again, reducing the overall interest cost for the bonds and reducing the millage rate that you would need to levy on your taxpayers. And again, we're just talking about the taxpayers within the territory of the former Ypsilanti School District, how much taxes they would have to pay off those existing bonds. So again, that's the idea here, is that you would refinance those existing bonds by issuing refunding bonds. And assuming the interest rate market stays about where it is right now, your financial advisor, PFM, they're estimating that you could save about $1 million. And that's $1 million even after you net out the costs that would be incurred by issuing the refunding bonds. So you take out all those costs, and even with that, they're projecting under current rates, you could save $1 million. And that boils down to about 6% of the principal amount of the bonds that are outstanding. PFM normally likes you to see at least a 2% savings. So right now they're predicting that, again, if the interest rate market stays about where it's at right now, you could triple what their typical goal is for savings through a refunding bond issue. And Michigan law requires that you achieve a savings by issuing refunding bonds. You can't just issue them to push out the repayment like you could with like a mortgage. So with a mortgage, you could refinance a mortgage and extend the time that you're paying that off and actually have higher interest costs over time. But under Michigan law, you have to achieve a savings, a net interest cost savings by doing the refunding bond issue. So again, we're not looking at extending the payment of the existing bonds. It's all just to create a savings and reduce the tax rate that is levied on the taxpayers in the former Ypsilanti School District. So the resolution that you have on the agenda for later in the meeting would authorize the issuance of up to $17 million in refunding bonds, and the proceeds from that bond issue would again be used to refinance your 2016 refunding bond issue. And it would delegate authority to the superintendent to approve the sale of those bonds to a financial underwriter, and that underwriter is Huntington Securities, as long as Huntington's offer fits within the parameters that are established in the resolution. And the resolution has parameters on the underwriter's discount that can be paid to Huntington, the interest rate that can be charged for the refunding bonds, the net present value savings that would be achieved. And again, as I mentioned before, PFM likes to see at least 2%. The threshold that's in the refunding bond authorizing resolution has a slightly higher threshold of 2.5%. And then also that your financial advisor would issue a letter recommending that you move forward with a refunding proposal that's presented by Huntington Securities. So that is the refunding transaction in a nutshell and a quick summary of the resolution. If you have any questions or comments, I'd be happy to address them.
What questions do you have, board members, or comments?
is communication regarding this. Because will we be doing any communication in regards to this resolution to the general public besides this meeting? Because, it tends to get, the messaging,
Lost in the thoughts.
yeah, it tends to get lost in the thought when we do something right. Just ask.
I would just say that I think the messaging, of course, would be important. Because if we are being good stewards of the district's resources, taking into consideration how this refinance actually saves our taxpayers money, even if it's in its simplest terms, right? Just being able to communicate that message so that taxpayers know that we're doing our due diligence. This is one measure to actualize some cost savings that will directly benefit taxpayers in this community. So to answer your question in short, I think messaging, yes, is important. Dr. Zachary Ross, what would you add to that?
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. We should continue to share those messages out.
I would recommend it. As you mentioned, it's a direct savings for taxpayers. This is not saving money for the school district's general fund. The costs that you'll incur for refunding the bonds, they'll be paid out of the proceeds of the refunding bonds, not your general fund. So it's all self-contained. And again, you'll be achieving a saving and saving money for those taxpayers. So it's a direct benefit to the taxpayers. I would recommend publicizing that, at least when the bonds close and we have a deal, and the savings are locked in.
To that point, how would it actually like show up for our taxpayers? Like I hear savings, but what does that mean? They have to pay the tax for less years, or it's actually gonna be a lower tax? Like
It
how would
should
that show up?
result in a lower millage rate that's levied for these bonds.
Okay.
So, and how that would ultimately play out would depend on how the bonds are structured, and that's something that your administration would work with the financial advisor to nail down the final details for, but then also how your tax base grows, because that plays a role in what the millage rate needs to be
Mhm.
to pay off bonds. So, a lot of it depends on what the future has for your tax base. But again, the amount of money that would need to be repaid to pay off this debt would be lower.
Thank you.
Trustee Sutton Kennedy.
I have a confirming question. So essentially, when the folks in the former YCS district look at their tax bill, the summer or winter one, whichever one, when they see those line items on there, whatever millage rate they saw previously after those bonds close will be reduced.
Well, I can't say, I don't know that it's going to happen immediately, but ultimately, down the road at least, it would be less. Yes. So how the impact, again, it depends on how the bonds are structured. And I'm just the attorney, not the financial advisor. They would advise you about different options for structuring the bonds. But ultimately it would show up in the tax bills, yes.
No. Mhm. And I'll work with Nate from PFM to work on that communication.
The township or the city? Okay.
City.
In
It
the
could be
city.
both.
Okay.
Yeah. Previous IPSI Publics.
Okay.
Yeah, back when the the two districts consolidated, neither district assumed the debt of the other district. So the old territories still exist for generating the millage to pay off their respective bond issues.
That where Willow Run in the township would not, that it wouldn't affect those at all. So we don't, we use Willow Run. Yeah, it's not gonna affect Superior. Yeah. And part of Ipsy Township, that was Willow Run.
You have refunded Willow Run bonds in the past to save them money. And if another bond comes up with that opportunity, you'd be presented with that opportunity again.
It just makes no sense to do it in the beginning instead of doing it at the end, so just make sure that you're talking about everything, so that you don't have to go back and keep going back asking questions. You already have those answers when you present.
And you said it's 2%?
2% would be the minimum savings that PFM would recommend you achieve by moving forward. You could get $1 of savings and under Michigan law, move forward, but PFM wouldn't recommend doing it unless you get 2% at least. The recommendation for this transaction is to put a floor of 2.5% though. So a little bit higher than what their normal recommendation is.
And I also heard you say 6%. So could you say a little bit more about, because I heard triple,
Yeah,
and it must be related to where the current interest rates are.
right. Dr. Zachary Ross mentioned that you've been working with Nate Watson, and he provided me with some projections based on current interest rates.
Right.
So under current interest rates, and PFM is usually pretty conservative in their projections, they would say you'd get about a 6% savings, about $1 million right now. So you can't predict what the interest rate market's going to do tomorrow or in a few months. But again, assuming things stay relatively where they're at right now, that would be what we'd expect to achieve.
Thank you. And just another comment, what comes before the board and to the superintendent is you all are monitoring when we have callable.
PFM does,
Oh,
yes.
right. And so to the point about other like Superior or Willow Run areas, when you all are monitoring that, you bring that information directly to us so that we can then
Right.
make a decision on, is this the right time to refinance the bonds in order to actualize a cost savings for the community?
Yes.
Okay. So it might not be happening right now. However, as soon as you know, and it looks like it's a benefit to the community, considering the costs that are associated with refinancing, that information will come to the district and to the board.
Exactly.
Okay.
PFM knows when your bonds can be refinanced.
Mhm.
There's different dates that would trigger that. And then they would compare the old rates to the current
Right.
market rates and could recommend whether, you need to move on this or should you wait and see if things improve, that kind of situation. But yeah, they've got their finger on the pulse.
Okay. And I asked that question specifically because if the question comes up, well, what about and when, then we can communicate that message clearly that we
Yes.
have someone monitoring it very closely. And as soon as there's an opportunity for us to actualize cost savings, we will absolutely, as a board and as a district, consider that because the goal always is to make sure we are doing our due diligence to save our taxpayers' money
Right. Like you mentioned, being good stewards of,
of the district
Fine, yes.
resources.
Mhm.
Yes. Other questions or comments? Thank you so much.
thank you.
Next, we have our presentation of our financial audit report. And I will turn it back over to Dr. Zachary Ross to introduce the next presentation.
Thank you, Madam President. We have Tim from Yo here. with
Nailed
us.
it, yes. Good to be here again tonight. I've presented out here several times, and as I have in the past, I've been working with Barb and to work through your audit with our team to bring you your June financial results. So there is the presentation. Thank you. We met a couple of weeks ago and we had a very lengthy discussion on the financial statements. We went over the financial statements themselves, the single audit report and the comment letter in a lot of detail. What I'm going to present here tonight is a summary of the results of those 3 documents that we issue for you each year. So as I do each time I present, I give you a refresher on what are the auditors doing. So we are out here on site with spending a lot of time with Barb and her team. Auditors are disruptive. We ask a lot of questions. We ask for a lot of documents. And that's reflected in here in some of these bullet points over what we're doing. We are taking a look at your internal control. Do you have policies and procedures? Are you following them? Risk assessment. So we can't audit everything equally. We have to consider things that are significant risks and develop procedures specifically to address those. We look at a lot of documents. You had a lot of major programs out here this year. And so we take samples of payroll and disbursements. If you have sinking funds, we take a sample of that. We do take a sample of some of your state restricted dollars like at risk. To see if you're spending those on the things you're supposed to be spending them on. We do a lot of analytics. So we look at your current year results versus your prior year results and also compare those to budget. And we spend a great deal of time looking at the assets and the liabilities. So those balance sheet accounts. So you have cash. Are they supported by bank reconciliations that were completed? And do those agree to the bank statements? Or your accounts receivable agings, your accounts payable agings, those agree to the financial statements. And peer review. So every 3 years, there's another CPA firm that comes out and they look at our work papers and they give an opinion on whether we are doing what we say we're doing and arriving at the conclusions that we give to our clients. The last point there is unpredictability. So if we do the same thing in the same way every year, the audit becomes less effective. So we have to think of ways of approaching a problem a little differently to keep management, not developing any kind of pattern or routine that we might be doing, and it creates a more effective audit. So as I mentioned, the 3 reports there are what we issue each year: the financial statements, the single audit reports in the middle, and the management comment letter is the last one. So on the financial statements, you have an unmodified or sometimes called an unqualified opinion, and that's the highest level of assurance that you can get. And to paraphrase the opinion right there, it's stating that your financial records and statements are fairly and appropriately presented in accordance with GAAP and free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error. So that is a great thing to have in your financial statements each year. So as a government, a school district in the state of Michigan, you're required to adopt a budget each year. You have to do that as an original budget before the school year starts. So you would adopt in June of 25 a first budget for the fiscal year 26. And you are free to modify or amend that budget as many times as you want. But what you're held to each year in the state's eyes is that final budget. So in June of 2025, maybe May of 25, you would adopt your final budget. And that is what you are held to. You're legally required by the state to spend within that budget. The state does not worry too much about revenue. You can have more revenue than what you budgeted. So here you had $83.6 million in revenue, which is over budget by about 9% of $76.6 million. On the expense side, you had budgeted 76.5 million for total expenses, but you spent 91.7 million for general fund. And so that's about 19.8% overspending on general fund. So the difference there between the actual the revenue and then the expense is a $8,066,000 decrease in general fund. And this is a trend of where that takes you for this year and where your fund balance for general fund has been in the previous 6 years. So on the far right, you have 24-25. You ended with just over 10%, 10.4% of general fund balance for June 2025. So last year you ended with 20% for 24. So, you know, trend wise, you could see looking back over the past 6 years or so, you've been right around 10, 11%. There are some timing things that are occurring here. So you have to request money timely and get that cash timely in order to include it in your revenue each year. And so you did have some requests for cash reimbursements in fiscal year 23 and 24 and even 25 that you couldn't recognize in revenue in the year you had the expense. So some of this fluctuation is related to that. For fiscal year 25, it is smaller in comparison to the previous fiscal years. So there, you know, as I mentioned on the last slide, you had $8 million more expense than revenue. So some of that decrease in fund balance is just caused by the spending, but there is some revenue you're going to recognize. You'd spent in 25, you're going to recognize it in fiscal year 26. Oh, for comparison purposes, so your peer group is about 3,500 to 4,000 students. So the best numbers we have for the state as a whole is fiscal year 24. That's what's been reported out and accumulated. So in your peer group, they're around 21.5% fund balance. Statewide, excluding the city of Detroit, is about 22.3%. But again, those are 1-year-old numbers. So your 20% for fiscal year 24 is pretty close to that peer group of 21.5%. But we don't know still, even though we're past that November 3rd deadline, what all the school districts did as a whole yet for fiscal year 25. So on the single audit report, we have findings for both internal control over the financial statements and over the compliance side for the federal award. So these are, I don't want to say the exact same, but largely the same findings that we had in the previous year. So these are findings we've talked about, but there are less findings than we had for fiscal year 24. So you had some material weaknesses for child nutrition, student counts. So the meals served didn't equal the reports. That has been resolved. So that was a big improvement from last year. And you had some issues last year with Head Start and some of the payroll documentation, and that did not reoccur either for fiscal year 25. That being said, I'll just repeat what we talked about briefly at the Finance Committee meeting. These are correctable issues. I think getting the right person in that role can fix these pretty quickly. For example, the budget violation that is number 1 here in the list, having a good budget, understanding what the spending is going to be entering that May, June 2025, getting good numbers to support whatever budget you adopt, and getting that into your accounting system is going to be a really good tool to eliminate this and to help monitor some of the spending, both for the school district as a whole, but for each individual restricted program that you have throughout the school district. The ORS contributions, this is a significant deficiency. So this has looked better. I believe this was a material weakness a couple of years ago. What this is really focused on is those calculations that you run every pay period on how much you should be contributing to ORS for retirement. And there's a report that you can get back after you file every payroll that will show variances between what ORS was expecting you to pay for retirement and what you actually did spend. And there's still some variances there that have to be worked on. The material weakness is repeated here on the federal award side for the budgets, just because the budget monitoring can have an impact on the spending for federal awards. So especially with MDE, you do adopt a budget every year for each program like Title, and you are required to spend within that budget. And you do so also for your federal dollars and even some of your restricted state dollars. Cash management. So this is a significant deficiency. We don't believe this is material. The basis for this is that you have to spend money before you can request it. And so for LEAP and Magnet, there were instances where the reimbursement request did not equal the support. So we call it the general ledger detail, the expenses that you would use to support that reimbursement request. So in these situations, the risk is you didn't spend it before you request it. There's not really a risk here where you can request more money than you were allotted because the state is going to cut you off. They know that if you got a $1 million award and you request 2 million, they're only going to pay you the 1 million. That's all that was available to you. But there is a risk here where maybe you have an expense charged to LEAP, Magnet, or whatever that program is that maybe isn't allowable by that program. And then you request money on it, which could cause issues or, cause you have to pay money back. The last one here is on payroll disbursement and documentation. So there were some instances where there were charges specifically for LEAP, where there were missing invoices, and then there were some payroll disbursements that were charged as disbursements, like a payables check. And so this one is a recurring one from last year, and we believe that to be material weakness. So as I mentioned, these are correctable, and a lot of this is getting good financial monitoring and making sure you've got some documentation processes in there. The reimbursement request for the cash management, whatever you request, you retain that information, you retain that report for the expenses and save that, archive that somewhere. So I think with the right person in this key position, these can be remedied pretty quickly. So I'm going to stop there. I have a couple more slides on the governance letter, but I could take any questions through this if there are any.
Any questions from the board?
All right, so I have a couple of slides. These are from our governance letter. So this is a required communication between the auditors and the board and management of Ypsilanti Schools. And this highlights a few of the other considerations that went into the audit planning and some of the other results that are not material or significant deficiencies. So up at the top here, I mentioned we have to consider things of significant risks or risks material misstatement. So in our planning, the significant risks we considered are management override of controls, improper revenue recognition, implementation of a new accounting standard. So GASB 101 is a new way of calculating your accrued vacation and sick time for employees. Accounts payable completeness and existence. So we do take a greater look at your cutoff and what expenses are charged, specifically related to accounts payable. And then since there have been issues in the past with ORS contributions, we do take a greater look at the sampling we do for those. Journal entries. So this is two parts. So this is journal entries that we would have found as a result of our audit procedures that would have been material, and there were none of those. And the other portion of this is uncorrected misstatements. Sometimes they're called past journal entries. Those would be journal entries that management is aware of, but does not post to the financial records, and there are none of those either. So I had mentioned significant risks. We also have to consider significant estimates, some calculations that management could evaluate differently and end up with a different result. So some of the significant estimates that we consider in our planning are the useful lives of fixed assets, the present value and the renewal options for right to use assets and liabilities. Those would be leases related to copiers and buses primarily. Net pension liabilities and the related deferred inflows and outflows, and also the net OPEB assets and liabilities and the related deferred inflows for those. And then compensated absences, like GASB 101 that I just mentioned, is also a significant estimate that we consider. And we believe management's estimates are reasonable for those. And then we have a couple of management comments. So these are not material. These are the things we think you should have on your radar. Approval and documentation of change orders. So it's not uncommon for you to bid something and the cost or the work that they're going to do is going to change. So for example, you might want one drinking fountain, but you end up deciding, well, we need two. And there were a couple of instances where there was some changes in that original procurement. We just want you to make sure that you're documenting those written if possible. It doesn't have to be necessarily, you know, it's kind of normal for this to happen as they get into either a cost or, a change in what the deliverable is, but just something we want you to make sure you have documented whenever that comes up. And then federal equipment records. So whenever you spend or you buy equipment, either it's depreciable or not depreciable. So maybe like Chromebooks or some computer equipment that is small in nature. You do want to track those and make sure that those expenses, wherever possible, that equipment is tagged and it's labeled and you're able to trace what federal program that was purchased with. Most equipment that you're going to use it until its useful life is passed. But there are some rules specific to disposing of federal purchases that are different, and that's why it's important to document the purchases of those. So that is the highlights I wanted to go over. I mentioned that we worked with Barb, and we have worked with Barb in the past. This is a little different though this year because Damien, was not here to, work with us through the audit. So Barb, who has helped us on this audit in past years, did a lot of this, if not all of it, on her own, working with us. I know she had a couple of people assisting, but most of this fell on her shoulders to work with us, our audit team. She filed a FID for the first time ever this year. I don't know how she did that, and this is probably less than a week. Probably less than a week is an exaggeration. It's probably less than 3 days. She had to learn how to do that and submit that so that you can get your state aid in December. So she's been great to work with and is a key reason this audit got done this year on time. So that ends what I wanted to cover. Dr. Zachary Ross or anybody from the board, any other questions or anything else you wanted me to cover?
Any questions, board members, or comments?
I do want to publicly thank Barb for stepping in, Ms. Boone for stepping in to handle the business of the district and assist the auditors in getting things done in a timely manner, because that is important. My question, there was one question was, in regards to the fund balance, just so that I'm reading this correctly, in 23-24, we were at about 20%. That was
So, yep.
about average of what the overall state is, correct? Because you
Yep.
had,
So the state as a whole is 25.4%. Your peer group was about 21.5%.
okay. And so, I'm just going over the history of that. So where we need to, it would be good to get back to where we were in regards to the reserves.
Yeah, as a board, you have to look at what you want to have on hand. And there's a lot of different perspectives out there. Early warning, so our MDE really takes a look at you and feels that you could be falling into financial distress is usually around 6 or 7% fund balance where they start looking at that. Some districts take an approach that, well, we want to have a goal of having 2 months expenses on hand in our fund balance. Because it's based on expenses and expenses can fluctuate a lot. They're probably going to even out here. So if you're, looking back over the past 3-4 years, you've had a lot of COVID money that flowed through as higher expenses, and those federal dollars are now all spent down. And so now what you're going to be, working with is your normal state aid, funding your expenses, and the more routine federal programs that you've always had, like Title, IDEA. So I think taking a look at what makes sense for you, because it is a balancing act of having cash on hand for unexpected expenses and being able to do the right thing for the students and the teachers also.
And then the items that you said were fixable, have we, I just want to make, I know when we had our meeting, but I wanted to make sure that with Dr. Zachary Ross, those things are currently being worked on to be corrected. And then are we, in regards to the invoicing and things like that, making sure we have, proper policy procedures in place, with invoicing?
Oh, yeah. So part of that, like you talked about, was making sure all of our budget, our full budget is in New World. So that's the one thing. As Barb was working on the audit, we had Priya working on the 25, 26, putting everything in New World. So we already have all of our revenue in and all the expenses Barb was putting in. We worked, as a matter of fact, today, finishing up everything so that all of our departments can see everything in New World. There's some pieces that are not completely in New World. It's been across our county a little bit of a challenge. However, that's what he's talking about, so that it's fully operational. And so that part is working well. The second piece, I know Barb, after the meeting, even worked with him and Anna saying, is working perfectly, the ORS report. There was like no errors. So that's the second piece that they've been working on, is making sure that as that runs, so every time a person changes anything in ORS, there can be an error report. And so that's what they're working to make sure, again, that system is running properly. So though they're just making sure every single system is running error-free. And so that can happen because we're a people system. If one person goes in and make any changes, it has to run that there's not any error. And so that's the kind of thing that he's talking about, so that that system works, that it picks up that there's no errors running in system. So that's what we've gone back and worked to ensure that it's error-free in doing the PDs and following up in those systems. Those are two examples. It's fixable. It's just making sure that we run the reports and the errors.
Yeah, the budget is super important because you can't control your revenue. It's driven by your student population. That isn't something that fluctuates a lot though. Once the school year starts, a lot of your federal dollars are already awarded to you. And so you have a lot of restricted dollars. You have a lot of federal dollars, a lot of state restricted dollars. And so making sure as much as possible that you spend up to those thresholds really is, impossible to do manually. You really have to use New World. You have to make sure those budgets are reasonable. They agree to whatever the award amount you're going to get is, and you spend within that amount. So you've really got to get that set up correctly in New World, so that could be monitored not only by your business office, by your program directors also that are working with those programs throughout the year.
So if I was listening to what you stated, we should see a different fluctuation because some stuff will be coming in for the upcoming year, probably late.
On the revenue, there's going to be some timing differences between when that amount is available to you and when you get to recognize the revenue. I don't remember the exact amount, but that will show up in revenue in fiscal year 26, but the expense was in fiscal year 25. So it will boost up 26 fund balance by amount.
Okay.
That number is on your financial statements. It shows up as its own row. So, the financial statement user knows, just based on how that's labeled, that will be revenue in the next fiscal year.
Okay.
Any other board questions or comments? I'll just say thank you for all your work. A special thanks to Barb. We know district finances are complex, and trying to get ready for an audit and do all the things that are probably new to Barb in her role. We are really thankful that we were able to get through the audit and hear the presentation this evening. So I just want to say thank you again for all the hard work that went into making sure we got our audit completed, and that we are looking at systems to operate as efficiently as we can.
Yeah, and we appreciate working with you, and we really appreciate working with Barb. And we are under the mindset that this isn't all her responsibility, right? So this is, she's fallen into this, and we know she takes this really seriously, and she doesn't like this. She doesn't like these recurring issues. And I think looking forward, as I mentioned, they're pretty, with the right person, easy to fix. And so I think, going forward, this is over now. The audit is, completed, and she's, able to get to the day-to-day stuff. So that's going to help not just Barb, but your whole team also kind of focus on some of these issues and try to get them cleaned up as much as possible until you can work through that position.
Yes. And thank you, Dr. Zachary Ross,
Oh.
of course, right?
Oh, thank you.
Like, that's important to note, and the
Thank
entire team. So thank you, for the presentation this evening. This was really helpful information to have. And we will keep moving forward.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, that takes us to item 7, which is our public comment. We amended the agenda at the beginning of the meeting.
One more presentation.
Oh,
One
I
more.
would, I'm trying to scoot us on along. I do apologize. Dr. Lopez, we love your presentations. Come on up.
Thank you. As you know, the state required, before Section 98B,
Yes.
and they have transitioned to now a 104H goal progress presentation.
Mhm.
It looks like a long presentation. However, Dr. Lopez has guaranteed me
Oh,
that only, that's why I'm giving a preface here.
yes.
That only the requirements will be presented today. Because there will be a February, I'm giving you the preface. Because there's only the pre-data right now.
Oh,
And that's why,
mhm.
because although you see a lot of data in front of you, this is the pre-data. So there's no reason why we need to go through all of this right now, because you have to get the post data in February. So this is just the pre, because the explanation should come in February when all the post shall be discussed. Dr. Lopez.
Well, good evening. Good evening, President Hawkins, Board Trustees, and Superintendent Alina Zachary Ross. Our superintendent had just mentioned, pretty much around this time of the year, we present the baseline data in the fall. And as Dr. Alina Zachary Ross has mentioned, the ones that we're going to be looking at is February when we measure both, and then in the spring when we measure the whole year to see our growth. But we did see some great opportunities of growth in certain areas, and we tied it in by looking good exploration. So I'll just mention a few of these things. So as requirement of the law, Section 104H, which is the goal progress report, must be presented to the school board 3 times a year, which is actually November, February, and May. Along with this, we also, as soon as this board meeting is over, I will be sending it to Geraldine to post it on the district's website on the transparency page. It is important that we are transparent with this data. Number one, the expectation, of course, is that we are leading one goal, and the goal is that all YCS scholars in K all the way to 11th grade will improve performance in reading and math from fall to spring as measured by NWEA, which is what's expected from us. The 3 takeaway number 1, our overall scholars proficiency and growth in reading and math as measured by NWEA continues to improve over time. And also takeaway 2 is the overall scholar proficiency growth in reading and math for our other groups, which are the other groups that we, from special ed to multilingual to African American to all the groups. I don't like using the word subgroup because it just lowers one than the other. They're all groups and they are entity by itself, are also continuing to improve. And so I just want to highlight a few. that we observe. And number one, our general ed reading growth for 8th through 11th grade exceeded the fall to floor national norms reference growth for these grades in 11th grade. And 11th grade was high average quartile, which was really, really powerful. I'm not going to flick on this because I'm just talking really briefly about this. You'll see these yourself. Okay. The other piece that I wanted to highlight is that when we're looking at our special needs students and the growth, we saw that in grade 8 there was a significant increase in that our 8th graders show special needs students showed higher than the national average, both in reading and mathematics. And when we went a little bit deeper, was the utilization of AI. So these young students are using things such as Everway, Read, and Google Read and Write, Orbit Notes, and other text-to-speech, speech-to-text, voice activation. And all of this is actually contributing to their success because they're utilizing these tools that are being taught in their classrooms, and the students are utilizing it freely. And we saw that improvement, and it was very, very, I wanted to now pull it into the multilingual population. The multilingual population of the district outperformed the regular general population this time around. And the reason also because of the AI. The population is also using AI. So the tools that they've been using from Propio, DeepLL, Gemini, Notebook LM, Canva, text to speech, Skills Amigo, at every grade level up, they demonstrated high gains. And so we can't dismiss the AI opportunities for our students. They're able to apply those schools text to speech and all this stuff, and they're utilizing it and exposing our young people with these AI tools are paying off dividends. The other thing I want to address, and then I want to not leave because sometimes we don't talk about our online school. And today I want to accentuate. First of all, the online school blew it out the park. So the online school, YC2S, actually, I wanted to come across because I think it's important. They outperform every grade level by a range of 7.3 to 18.2 points above the rest of the other students. So we got to look at some of the stuff that's going on. Again, I know this is where they use a lot of AI tools. So there is something to be said that we are at a crossroad where we need to leverage all of these AI tools, not only for, because there's so many tools for the older students, but as we're looking at, we're seeing that there's a whole lot that we could use within our safeguard that we could be utilizing with our youngsters. So we're going to be moving very speed fast with a lot of other AI tools as we move forward. But on the other hand, this gives you a summary. You can see it yourself. So what questions might you have?
Thank you so much, Dr. Lopez. I'll be brief. I know that we'll be seeing more in February. I appreciate you highlighting the gains that we're seeing with AI and with thoughtful use of AI as learning supports. And of course, like the scores we're seeing here are secured assessment. So this is really what's authentically contributing to student learning, right? And then is reflected to the extent that these assessments can reflect their learning and growth here. I know I say the same thing every time. I know there's reasons that we present the data in these ways. I would love at some point, and I think this could be a good use of the Strategical and Educational Performance Subcommittee to do a deeper dive and to look at some of the distributions in the data. So I'd like to request that again, perhaps in advance of seeing the fuller data set prior to the February meeting. And of course, that'll be after our organizational meeting. So it may be a different subcommittee and I may not be I may not be chairing at that time, but I'm going to suggest that might be a useful thing to do, similar to what the Finance Committee does prior to the audit report. And I'll be quiet then. Thank you very much for your presentation.
I have a question. Okay, I see all schools will be focusing on improving attendance. So exactly how are we doing that? What are we doing?
Okay, so as you know, this board has allowed us to have Concentric that conducts those home visits. We also have our own community liaison, and our community liaisons are very personal. we have targeted to, we know exactly, we got the pulse and which are the children, and most of them are similar year after year. And so it's working with the relationship with these families. A lot of them, when we're visiting homes, is still food insecurity, rent, those kind of I could say it's real life situations that they got to press, that the families are trying to just survive. And so our educational system, what we are providing is, and I noticed that right away, as soon as SNAPS was taken away, the first person to call me was our superintendent. What are we going to do? We got to get systems in place. So I had to mobilize right away and call and figure out ways to help families, you find me ready. But the perspective I would say to you, attendance is about building relationship with our young students. Students have to be coming to school with a purpose and feel that they belong in that space. That we're finding patterns that when we create those spaces of belonging, students are happier, they come to school, and they want to be there. The reality is when children are going through, when you're going through trauma, sometimes going to school, walking away from the situation, if I was homeless, being in a hotel by myself, you find me in a family, it's just draining. Going to school for a while takes you away from that reality. And it's just builds the relationship for our students. So I would say to you, we have so many. We're working with our partners from the city, et cetera. So it's about, for us, is to wrap around. We want to make sure that we're responding to the core values of our relatives and our families. So it's about supporting versus attacking. And, you know, but we do understand that there's such thing as chronic absenteeism. And so we continue to work with our families. The principals are giving form of incentives, and there's awards, a teddy bear, whatever it is, just to keep students engaged coming to school. We kind of knew that this last year we didn't meet 75% in those half days. So we talked to other principals, everybody mobilized. They're doing all kinds of activity, field days and whatever to get the kids inside so that way it doesn't impact us and we're helping. The other aspect of it is just monitoring you probably between teacher absenteeism and student absenteeism, because we need to make sure that we are finding other ways that learning is happening 24/7, not just down that. So I apply for $32N for before school, for after school, and for the summer as well, for certain schools, because we have a lot of money for summer school in the district, because Mark runs all that. But for additional schools opportunity, we apply for that as well. Okay. So it's just a total around of services. I don't think we have a perfect answer to it. I just think it's family by family. And I think Concentric does a good job with that piece.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Lopez, so I'm just looking through some of the data, and a lot of it, obviously, we need to wait till February to get the comparative data. But one of the things that shows up, at least in terms of looking at where things are, is that fall to fall growth in percentages in terms of retention over the summer. One thing that I'm seeing a lot of is that in our younger grades, we're seeing a lot less retention over summer. And I think particularly in that second to third, or first, second, third grade. And so I think that's just something I want to pay attention to, recognizing that that's when a lot of those students are learning to read, right? And so figuring out, kind of exploring what opportunities we have there as we think about, I mean, we're not in the summer right now, but thinking about going into next summer, how we can help those younger children maintain some of the learning they get in the school year.
You hit it on the nail. We observe that as well. So Clark and I have been looking at the data because we saw even with the early. So we're focusing even on looking at 31A to put more money into that group. So if we could do the year very solid for K3, then we'll be sending fourth graders ready to go. And I think it's looking at services and making sure that we are being intentional. So I'm glad that you noticed that, because some people might not notice it, but it's a conversation for us. And and then for me, later on, you see that there's a 35M grant that we wrote for 30. I wrote the 35 grant, and we got $375,000, which is 2 more years of HMH licensing paying forward. You feel me? And so I just we're being intentional to make sure that we are doing diligence with the work.
Yeah, thank you. I look forward to towards later in the year, hearing more about how we plan to support our students through the summer. Thanks.
Yes, go ahead, trustee Townsend.
So, just to piggyback, somewhat off of what both trustee Lee and, trustee Lee's question and trustee Epsy, in regards to absenteeism. I understand, that we have a lot of challenges in that area. However, we also have, and I have empathy for parents and families that are, going through, been there, grew up in that, understand all of that. However, there's also an expectation though. And so I'm wondering, if we could really find more aggressive opportunities in how we can, get parents, because I hear that we talk about how we can get the students engaged, but really this is a parent conversation, right? A student can't go, a student follows whatever the parent allows or don't allow. Whatever. So I wonder how we can come up with additional opportunities to get parents more engaged in the process, to know what resources we have for them and their students, so that we can increase attendance, and how we can work with our partners or the companies that we work with in regards to that, to come up with other opportunities or options to help with that and provide the information on that. I know we had some requests during the retreat, that we had in regards to data, additional data from the company that we use. So it would be good to follow back up with those requests as well.
So a couple of things that we're doing just quickly. Redemption, we contracted with Redemption, and they're going to be, they work with the custodians, they work with our bus drivers, and they're going to be doing our food service. But there's 3 solid days that they're going to be doing with community. And I think that that's going to be powerful because it's all about attendance and the role responsibility. And so I think that and they have such a good relationship with families that I think will be very powerful for us. But I wrote everything you said, and I will follow up with that.
And that's part of concentric. That's part of what they talked about, was that they go in front instead of waiting for 10 days. That they go proactively and talk to the bus drivers and the custodians and the cooks instead of waiting, because their process before was to wait till they're absent. But why are we waiting until they're absent? That they talk to the people before they're absent and talk and build relationships with the bus driver. That was part of the strategy when meeting with the board, was being proactive.
Right. But I think it's still, we have to be a little bit proactive too with parents. Because at the end of the day, that's who we gonna have to deal with. And so I just think it's, on top of what they're already doing, we have to build a stronger network with the parents. That's just my thoughts.
Definitely. And that's why we did too, the 75% days were anytime we had less than 80%, because we actually have we're in the 90s, except for half days. Our data really didn't lie. Our data was higher. And the days that were less than 75% were our half days. So we did the fans first, and the principals all did something on it. And the days we had half days, they all did a fan first, something for the kids so that they could be really excited. If it was pajama day, did something where we were like, get in the school, because the kids will find a way to get to, believe me, they were finding rides. They were finding ways to get to school with their friends, because some of them don't have. And you think about our kids are being detained, their parents. Last week we had, unfortunately, scholars the one was detained and they didn't have a mother. You talking about parents, some of them don't have parents. And so we've been getting to the scholars, and they've been finding ways to get to school. without parents. You know this, you lived here. They don't have a parent or an auntie or a grandparent. And they find ways to get to school without them. The people who are that Catalyst conference, some of them don't have parents. They were telling me, I don't have a way to get here at 6, but we finding ways for them to go to Lansing with us. They don't have them. And so they get into school without a parent. And so my thing is, I'm getting them to school. I'm being respectful. They're finding ways to get to school without a parent or they got an auntie or somebody and they're getting to school. And so our thing is fans first. When you talked about that, we just did a conference on Thursday and Friday, all about attendance in Washington County. Me, Jazz Parks, like literally the superintendents. And that's what our, literally this Thursday and Friday with Redemption is the new concentric. Like, how are we getting the kids to school? We spent literally all Thursday night and Friday at Weber's Inn about this. I'm about to speak on it, but we literally we locked ourselves in Thursday and Friday, and they don't have them. They will come to school if we make a way. And it was about fans first, about reasons why. So the other day, we spent a day in this room with middle school and high school scholars. And they was just excited about finding ways and about these peak moments. If they find a way, they was creating T-shirts and doing things. And they were like, okay, they got to be here at 6 a.m. on December 11th. And they were like, okay, how we going to get here? And they're like, we got to have some snacks. And not them kind of snacks. And they don't even know how to get, and they're going to have to be here till 6. And they got Arts Beats and East that day, and there's some people that don't have rides, but they're gonna find a way. We gotta make those moments happen and I'm not trying to be preachy, but literally, if you make those kind of reasons, it's folks, they don't even know how they're gonna get to that 6 a.m. and they're gonna be at Arts Beats and East. They're like, I gotta be here by 5:30, not 6. And they don't have a way. But they're gonna make a way because we finding things to engage them. And we got to keep doing more of that. And those are the things we're doing I was going to tell you, that's the kind of things we're trying to do all day. And they don't care that it's starting at 6. They were like, we have to be here at 5:30. I'm like, no, please don't be here at 5:30. I said, 6 o'clock is going to get you enough time because I'm not trying to be here before then, but I'm going to be here at 6. Yeah. And I will be here for your thing at 6 at night. And they will be here. Yeah. And some of them don't have a ride or somebody to bring them. And I said, I will get you a ride. I actually told them to tell their principal to get them a ride, and I'll make sure they got a Uber or something. But those kids, and they're not the ones that got family support. We purposely chose the ones.
Thank you, Dr. Zachary
sorry.
Ross, for that. No, I appreciate that excitement. And I think when you talk about fans first, I think that it's really exciting to hear how you're like really celebrating the students. I think that perhaps there is maybe a combination of that in terms of like trying to provide some celebration of parents and coming here, whether it's like saying like, here's an opportunity to get, like a financial literacy, passes to the park, et cetera, like those sorts of things, or figuring out different ways in which it's a celebration for them to also show up to the school with their students. So it's worth their while as well, especially if those are folks who are working. They're working, and a lot of times it's like, do I go to work for these 3 hours or miss 2 hours of work? Or, or have the kids stay at home, right? And so I think there has to be some like kind of balance or additional support around that to say like, what does it mean for a parent to cut out of work 2 hours early, right? To be able to come pick up their kid and that sort of thing. So I think that we can look at both because I think I'm really excited about the ways we're supporting our students right now. And I love that y'all have been doing this and like figuring out ways for them to get here. But I think particularly when we look at the younger grades, a lot of it is going to be, how do we make the parents excited about showing up too? But yeah, thank you.
I mean, I'm just a strong proponent of when we talk about success in education, it includes the child, the parent, the district, and the community. So, and I'm not saying that's not what we're doing. I'm just saying I would like to overemphasize the expectation of what that really means. And we've had, I know there was, at, what conference did we go to? Cube.
Cube.
And we had, a school district here in Michigan talk about, Kalamazoo talk about, what they did to increase engagement. And I just would like us to, explore some additional opportunities to do that, because if we have an expectation that parent, regardless if they, and I deal with them all myself, but I have to include parents in the equation in order for it to completely work. And so that's just my
You're right.
thoughts.
Understood.
Appreciate that.
Other-
They just threatened to take away their money when in them hours. That was what I was coming from.
Other board question or comment? I just want to say thank you, Dr. Lopez, for this presentation. And just one takeaway or highlight for me was, and to kind of piggyback on something that was said earlier by Trustee Espy, was just being intentional at those lower grades, because noticing that we have such a challenge at the 5th to 6th grade and 8th to 9th grade transition for scholars, and looking at kind of the reading and achievement levels. And so starting earlier with those interventions and supports is really going to help to address some of those really complex challenges, and I would say needs. So I just appreciate that that is really called out in the presentation, in terms of just kind of having our eye on, this is where we need to really pour into to build, because there is something happening at 5th and 6th grade that's not unique to Ypsilanti Community Schools, but those transitional years are critical for our young people, and being able to pour in supports to help them to get to that next level is going to be really, really important. So I just appreciate that this continues to be lifted every time we talk about this, that we're keeping our eyes on the data and looking at ways that we can continue to support. And the last thing that I will say is that, to the points made about parent engagement, I do think part of what we can think about as a board is how we expand this conversation beyond the district, and engaging in community conversations around how to talk about what's happening in the schools, and talking and engaging in ways that go beyond 1885 Packard. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Lopez.
Good evening.
Now we are at item 7, which is our public comments, which we moved it up because we have a closed session. So I'm going to read the public comment protocol, and then I will invite members of the public to come and address the board. And the Board of Education public comment protocol reads as follows. Pursuant to Board of Education Policy 0167.3, the board recognizes the value of public comment on educational issues and the importance of allowing members of the public to express their views. Please limit statements to 3 minutes in duration. Participants shall direct all comments to the board and not to staff or other participants. No person may address or question board members individually, and all remarks shall be made in a respectful and professional manner. The first member of the community we'd like to invite up would be Jeremy Haley.
Thank you, Jeremy Haley, Ypsi Township, and thank you for moving it up. Little disclaimer, I will be talking about teen suicide and how it relates to AI. At one of the last WCC meetings, the WEA professors spoke up and talked about how the students at WCC are using AI and turning it in as their own, which gives me no faith in the people graduating with those degrees that they actually know what they're learning. And this professor actually said that. So it's happening. And what are your guys' policies? Because I remember when I went to school, if you handed in a paper without a name, the teacher could almost peg the student who that went to, because each student had a certain style of writing, how they spoke. Now it's so monotonous with AI, you can't tell what's what. And the AI has a 25% hallucination rate, which means it lies 25% of the time. This is the tools that you're letting the students use. Are you informing the students how to disseminate the information that it gives you? Recently, just this last April, May, a teen killed themselves with the assistance of ChatGPT. Multiple times it helped him do this. And one of the times after he attempted hanging himself, he went around his mother with the marks showing. His mother didn't see him. He went back to ChatGPT and said, went around my mom with the marks showing. She didn't see him. ChatGPT came out and said, don't worry, I see you. These are the models, the tools you're asking the students to use. What are the protections you're going to put in place that you're asking them to use these? And I don't want to come back and say, or say, I heard about some student killing themselves because they got on some language or AI thing that you suggested them to use, and something horrific happened to them. This is the second case I've heard. One was an AI chatbot, and this is an LLM model. There's something wrong with it. I know it seems nice and convenient, but there's a threat to it that you all have to understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy Haley, for your comments this evening. Next, we have Cherie Cottrell. Did I say that correctly? Cherry Cottrell.
Thank you for letting me address you. My name is Cherry Cottrell. I'm known as Miss C at Estabrook. This December, I will have been in the same self-contained special education classroom for 9 years. I want to be honestly, I have like highlights in the contract of things, but I know we don't have time for that. So I will make sure that I come back at the next Board of Education meeting, even though I truly hope that some of these things will be resolved. I do want to note that there were 5 other community members that were here that were not able to share. So I just want to note that. I'm here to advocate for the self-contained students, families, and staff at Estabrook. It sounds like a really extreme word, and if I can't get emotional, otherwise I won't be able to talk. There's a state of crisis happening in the self-contained rooms at Estabrook Elementary. There are several self-contained classrooms that have been without teachers for 1, 2, sometimes 3 years. So there are students at Estabrook who have autism or cognitive impairment or other things and have not had certified special education instruction for 1 to 3 years. Last year, there were 3 self-contained positions that remained open for almost the entirety of the school year. They combined 2 of those programs into another classroom, and that classroom has been without a teacher for the majority of the school year. The other ASD classroom at our school has been without a certified teacher for the majority of the school year. I have lots of information about how that is so harmful to our most vulnerable students, that we legally have a right to educate, that we are collecting money for their IEPs and that are not being implemented. Sorry, I want to make sure that I want to be able to share what I want to share. We have students in these rooms that are non-speaking or have communication differences. We have students who have personal care needs, so who require pull-ups to be changed and things like that, who do not have adequate staff and adequate support. I feel like it would be remiss of me, or I'm sorry if I said that incorrectly, to clarify that it's illegal but it's also immoral and unethical. And these are things that have been known. These are things that are continuing to happen. And I will be honest too, I'm afraid of retaliation. I'm afraid of retaliation from this district, from my school, because I don't know what else to do. Really, truly. Like if we had more time, if this didn't go past 9 o'clock, if I didn't have to, my brother needs his car to be able to work tonight because I live paycheck to paycheck as a district employee who worked here for 9 years. And the Student Support Services office, every time I communicate with them, they're trying to interview, they're trying to screen, they're trying to hire. It's not putting capable bodies in these classrooms, and these students are going without education. And it's also going to burn out the current staff that you have. I will try to continue to serve these students that are so beautiful and incredible for as long as I can. I unfortunately will probably not be able to do it any longer. We're not supported. Our students are not supported. And I don't know what else to do or say besides please help them. Please help us. Like, please, like seriously, this is the trajectory of their lives, their quality of life, their independence. Like, and I'm not just talking about reading or math, their dignity. So I know I took over 3 minutes and I would like to honestly take some more time because I have like actual thorough notes and I was trying to not speak from emotion. But these are our students. These are YCS students. It can't just fall back on the Student Support Services office because I feel like that's what happens. I complain or I say things, the parents advocate, and they just go back to the Student Support Services office. They can only do so much. If there is not something that changes, like, I don't know what else is going to happen. So thank you for listening, and please prioritize our self-contained students at everywhere, and especially at Esbrook, please. Like, please do something. Like, I'm begging you, please, please. Thank you for listening. Autistic children have feelings they understand just because they don't speak or communicate the way that we understand. They understand. They know what's happening to them in these classrooms, and they also know what's not happening to them. So please do something. Please.
Thank you for your comments, Sherry Cottrell. And we will make sure, as we always do with any members of the public who address the board, follow up with members of the public directly, because we want to make sure that information is addressed that comes to the board. Yeah, I'm just sharing this with the public. You're free to go. You don't have to, yeah. Next we have, is it Shayna? Okay. Thank you for letting me know. We have John Wise. Did I say your last name correctly? Weiss? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is John Weiss. I'm a 30-year resident of Ypsilanti. My eldest is a graduate of Ypsilanti schools in 2014. First, thanks for your service to the community. I know overseeing a school district is complex and challenging. And in this moment, with attacks from the federal government, the macro level, and many of our families suffering to make it day-to-day, your job is excruciating. So thank you for your service. I really appreciate it. I came this evening with a group of parents and community members. They didn't have the stamina to make it through all the presentations, so they left. So I'm the last man standing. To ask you to endorse the statewide nonpartisan Invest in My Kids campaign. So I know most of you are familiar with the Invest in My Kids campaign. It's a statewide initiative. We're trying to get a proposal on the 26th ballot that would tax couples who earn over $1 million and individuals who earn over $500,000, an extra 5% surcharge on those incomes above that threshold. That money would be constitutionally guaranteed for local schools across Michigan. And it's projected to raise over $1.2 billion annually for our schools. So why do we need more money for schools? Well, research demonstrates that having more resources can help our schools significantly in weighted funding from students from low-income backgrounds. So we need this money. So what could it mean for Ypsilanti schools? Well, it would be projected to bring about $3 million extra dollars to Ypsilanti schools each year, if this were to pass. With that money, you could hire 40 to 50 new teachers a year. You could give your current teachers each a $4,000 raise. You could expand STEAM and CTE programs. We've been talking about that this evening. Or you could make other evidence-based investments like instructional coaching, tutoring, or modernizing school infrastructure. So we urge you to formally endorse this campaign. School districts from across the state have endorsed it. Detroit, Benton Harbor, Avondale, Royal Oak, East Lansing are some of the school boards that have already formally endorsed the Invest in My Kids campaign. And by endorsing, you'll help secure the resources our students need. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments to the board this evening, John Weiss. And lastly, we have Antonia Brashear. Say that one more time. Brazier.
So I am still in college, but I've worked with Ypsilanti schools from 2020 to 2024, and I've been observing in the local middle school. So I am really familiar with the students, and I try really hard to be an active member of the community. I'm here because I have some concerns that I'm observing in the ELA classrooms at the Ypsilanti Community Middle School. On your guiding principles, it says that you are using evidence-based practices that allow for innovation and creativity. However, the intensely scripted curriculum using HMH and Writable seems to strip all teacher autonomy from the classroom. I'm also noticing that even though technology is such a benefit for students, it's acting as a barrier for a lot of the sixth graders. I have students who have told me, and these are quotes that I've written down, I like writing, but I don't like reading. The passages we do in class are kind of boring, and I would only read something like that if I really had to. It would be easier if I could just write it. I can't find the keys like punctuation and letters. I don't know how to read. I don't understand why I have to do this. And they're really struggling with the physical typing. I've also noticed that with the required websites that teachers are enforced to use and punished if they're not using, according to my teacher that I'm observing under, that students have to click through their 4 or 5 links just to get to their assignments. So for example, there was a student who had to navigate to iClever, take that to Roadmaps, take Roadmaps to HMH, take HMH to Writable, and then navigate through Writable to the correct assignment when these students are struggling with basic typing skills. And I know there's this idea of a digital native, but that's something that the students typing and computer skills is something that has to be learned. And it's really seeming like it's limiting for the kids. I'm also concerned because according to my teacher, 4 out of his 6 classes, their average reading level is 2nd grade. And if they're struggling with basic writing and reading, how are they supposed to add that layer of struggling with typing and struggling with navigating through the computer to do a skill that they're already having a hard time with? It just seems really inefficient, and my teacher isn't allowed to make modifications, really. He's allowed to adapt a question here or there, or remove, if it's a multiple choice, he's allowed to remove one of the options. That doesn't seem like a reasonable accommodation when he has kids that are reading at an 8th grade level and a 2nd grade level in the same set of classes. It just doesn't allow him to make the changes that he needs to make for his kids. And the computers, it kind of isolates them. Reading is really communal and writing is meant to be communal when you're learning it. And they lock into their computers, they put in their headphones if they're doing Read 180, or they do their typing. It doesn't really allow him to build a relationship because he's just reading off of the slides and then sending them to the handout and then grading the handout, even though it's AI generated responses a lot of the time. So it's preventing his interactions with the kids. And I'm just kind of concerned because, there's this professional degree, but how is it being utilized if he's not allowed to?
Thank you for your comments this evening, Antonia Brashear. You just told me that. Brazier. I'm looking at it and I'm like, it's surely Brashear. Brazier. Names are important, so I just want to make sure I get them right. Thank you, everyone, for your comments this evening. As a district, we always follow up with those members of the public who address the board. Next, that takes us to item number 8, which is a request for a closed session. Is there a motion at this time?
Madam President, Vice President Lee moved that the Board of Education go into closed session pursuant Section 818 of the Open Meeting Act to consider material exempt from public discussion. Oh, sorry. Exempt from public discussion or disclosure under state or federal statute.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Vice President Lee. Is there support for this motion?
Support trustee Sutton Kennedy.
Thank you. Supported by trustee Sutton Kennedy. This is a roll call vote.
Trustee Sutton Kennedy,
Aye.
trustee Fields, trustee Goodrich, I vote aye. Trustee Townsend,
Aye.
trustee Espy,
Aye.
Vice President Lee,
Aye.
President Hawkins.
Aye. Thank you. That motion passes. 7 members voted yes to go into closed session. The board will leave out of this room to meet in closed session and return back to this room in open session. The time is 9:22 p.m. The time is 10:02. The Board of Education is back in open session. The next item on our agenda for this evening is our consent agenda. Is there a motion at this time?
Madam President, Vice President Lee, move that the Board of Education approve the October 2025 special board workshop minutes. 2, personnel matters as per the presented list dated 11/11/25, new hires, resignations, terminations, and retirements.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Vice President Lee. Is there support for this motion?
Trustee Sutton Kennedy, support.
Thank you. Supported by Trustee Sutton Kennedy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Next, that takes us to our action item under Business and Finance, which is the 2024-2025 Annual Financial Audit Report. Is there a motion at this time?
Madam President, Trustee Townsend, move that the Board of Education accepts the audit report for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025, as audited by independent firm Yo and Yo.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Trustee Townsend. Is there support for this motion?
Trustee Espy, support.
Thank you. Supported by Trustee Espy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. That now takes us to the approval of the proposed refunding of the 2016 refunding bonds. Is there a motion at this time?
Okay. Trustee Fields move that the Board of Education give the Ypsilanti Community Schools Administration authority to seek the necessary improvements from the Department of Treasury and Huntington Securities to sell the school district's refunding bonds.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Trustee Fields. Is there support for this motion?
Trustee Townsend, support.
Thank you. Supported by Trustee Townsend. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. That takes us to the approval for the HMH Read 180 Stage C one-year proposal. Is there a motion at this time?
Madam President, Vice President Lee, move that the Board of Education approve as presented the HMH Read 180 Stage C one-year proposal for licensing and training for YCHS curriculum for $229.50.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Vice President Lee. Is there support for this motion? Thank you. Supported by Trustee Fields. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Next, that takes us to the approval for HMH into reading a 2025 proposal. Is there a motion at this time?
Trustee Sutton Kennedy move that the Board of Education approve as presented the HMH into reading 2025 proposal for licensing and training for K through grade 5 curriculum for $374,766.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Trustee Sutton Kennedy. Is there support for this motion? Thank you. Supported by Trustee Fields. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. That takes us now to the approval for HMH into reading the K through 5 professional services proposal. Is there a motion at this time?
Madam President, Vice President Lee, move that the Board of Education approve as presented the HMH intro reading proposal K through 5 professional services for training for $18,900.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Vice President Lee. Is there support for this motion?
Support Trustee Sutton Kennedy.
Thank you. Supported by Trustee Sutton Kennedy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. That takes us now to the acceptance of the 180 program for Perry Early Learning Center proposal.
Trustee Sutton Kennedy move that the Board of Education accepts the attached quote for the 180 program for Perry Early Learning Center in the amount of $73,000.
Thank you. A motion has been made by trustee Sutton Kennedy. Is there support for this motion?
Trustee SB, I support.
Thank you. Supported by trustee SB. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That, I'm sorry. Okay. We have 6 Board of Education members who approve, and we have 1 Board of Education member who opposes, just to make sure we have that reflected in the minutes. Next, we have the approval of the policy services. Is there a motion at this time?
Madam President, I move that the Board of Education approve Troon Policy Services for the policy services for Ypsilanti Community Schools.
Thank you. A motion has been made by trustee Goodrich. Is there support for this motion?
Support trustee Sutton Kennedy.
Thank you. Supported by trustee Sutton Kennedy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion passes. And next, that takes us to public comments. I do not see any members of the public in the audience. So that takes us to discussions, which is item number 15 on the agenda. And the first thing on that, under this item are our subcommittee reports. Are there any subcommittee reports at this time?
I do have one.
Yes, Vice President Lee.
We had our first Head Start policy meeting on, what was that? I do believe that was the 28th of October. It was. Before the meeting, we had a pinning ceremony. And that's what I was telling Mr. Atchison about, that he didn't steal my thunder. Because just to piggyback off of trustee Townsend, she was asking how are we getting the parents involved. Ever since I've been on this Head Start policy committee, we were able to only get 3 parents each year. And by the second month, all the parents will fall off. And we wasn't able to get them anymore. So when Mrs. Harrington came on board, bless her heart, the lady is phenomenal. So what she's doing, she makes the parents feel loved. She makes them feel important, valued. And she did training with them to let them know how to be on a committee, how to run a meeting. And after the training, she went out and she purchased these little pins. I got pictures of them because they were just so beautiful that I'm like, this is marvelous. And the way these parents felt and the smiles on their face, each pin had secretary for the secretary, vice president, president, and what else? I think that's it. And what you do, you get them at the beginning when they're babies, and you get parents involved. And that's what we're starting to do. Every school, like Mr. Atchison said, every school has a policy committee. And every school has the president, the secretary, the vice president. And we are so thrilled about that. And they are so excited. The parents are so excited. They're involved. They planning stuff, and then they even getting ready to start is it PTO? Okay, they're getting ready to start a PTO at the school. So I'm just excited about it. I am so excited. So tomorrow is our next policy meeting. So I'll be there. And then I'm gonna be trained and I'm gonna get me a pen. And that's when I told her that, because Miss Harrington was like, I want a shirt because, we had on our shirt, Ipsy shirt, and she said, I want a shirt. So that's why I said, I'm gonna advocate for you and get you a shirt. So we're gonna get her a shirt. Okay?
Yes.
So that's my story.
Thank
And
you.
I'm just so excited because we never had this many participating parents and they're excited.
That's great.
That is wonderful.
That is.
And we're gonna keep them excited.
That's right.
So,
Hey,
and they involved in their child's education early. And that was so hard to do in the past. You was there, Sue. Always. They will fall off. They'll be there for a month or two or 1 month, and then
yeah.
they'll be gone. So yeah. So that's all I had to report.
Thank you. That was a good report.
know.
Keep the momentum going.
Right.
And we look forward to more updates. Thank you for sharing that, Vice President Lee.
Madam President, Trustee Espy. Looks like my light is on, so. Both are the Sexual Education Advisory Board met this past month. We are in the process of recruiting more parents to engage with the board for our numbers. We put out a call this past week and we've seen already 5 different folks express interest, which is really exciting. We are also looking to make sure that we have a standard approach to our HIV education in our schools. In addition to that, we are looking at the state. At the state level, Michigan adopted and updated their sex education standards to include the instruction around gender identity and sexual orientation, which is already in our curriculum. But we will be reviewing what the state has put forward in their recommendations to make sure that we are putting out the best support we can for our students. So that's going on with the Sexual Education Advisory Board. As far as the Washtenaw Association of School Boards met last month to discuss what we're going to be doing for professional development in March. It's primarily going to explore looking at AI along with looking at how we create policy around AI and potentially financial matters as well. The other things is we did make an adjustment, I believe, to our calendar. Have we shared that yet? Yeah, I don't have the specific date, but we did make an adjustment, or I think what our hope is that we will be doing a professional development rather than the meeting in January. Is that what we were looking at?
Discussion about having some type of professional development that was geared around the same time that there was a review of potential funding from the state level. Can't remember exactly what they called, it's a special meeting that occurs to kind of give a preview of what funding might look like. I think so, yes.
But that's why we're looking at the January date for the financial training, and then we'd be looking at the March date for the AI policy training.
Correct.
Also, we are advocating for hybrid breakfasts with legislators still, because that is helpful and provides more people access to them at 7:30 in the morning.
Thank you, Trustee Espy. Trustee Fields? I believe so. Green light.
Sleepy, I'm just saying.
Mhm.
We met on the communications committee last Monday, the 10th, with Lambert. She was still waiting for some feedback about the student athletes. highlights. That's what I'm trying to say. Student athlete highlight. She's waiting to hear from Mr. Brown about that. And also I was waiting for a follow-up date to find out when the next signing day is gonna be for fall sports. I don't know if she's reached out or if she's found that out about that or not, Dr. Zachary Ross. When that is, I don't know if you know, or is it, if they talk about it, okay. And then, we also just kind of had like a sidebar kind of sort of, with our concerns about some of the follow-up questions, some of things that we kind of present to them and we need follow-up back and they're not really prompt in getting those back to us or those answers that we're looking for. So that's kind of concerning for us, as communication team, if we kind of give you something to go back, we kind of were looking for some feedback or something. And it's kind of like they're just kind of pushing it. They're not really promptly giving us answers that we're looking for. So,
Okay.
so we just have a little concern, in that area. And that's all I have right now.
Thank you, trustee Fields.
As far finance and operations met on November 3rd, pretty much everything that was discussed at the meeting tonight. So thank you to those committee members that participated in the call. Also met with the Ypsilanti Community Schools Foundation Board on November 12th. We're having a conversation currently about existing board members. There were some changes to the bylaws, and that would require us to put a call out there for community members who may be interested in joining the board.
Okay.
We changed some statuses, or they changed some statuses to, whether somebody is emeritus, meaning that they're technically still on the board, but they don't have the same requirements as a fully active board member.
Okay.
They did discuss conversations about board giving, but I will get clarification. Does that apply to just the board and not school board representative? But there was significant changes to the bylaws to where we don't necessarily have a vote in things because it kind of would cause a conflict in some ways. Also, it's mini grant season, and so Geraldine has been working hard to get that information out. So I would just remind mini grant season that they offer grants to the different teachers and schools for different funding and stuff. So that is coming up. And then also there was a question asked that I'll follow up with Dr. Zachary Ross with about resources for families impacted by ICE, and just making sure that Fuentes has resources on site. I believe there also just probably needs to be some additional communications about the current processes we have with resources, the Resiliency Center, and just making sure that that particular school is utilizing resources that we currently have. But I think they would also like to possibly explore having resources on site. So I'll go and I have more information about that I'll follow up with Dr. Zachary Ross with. But that was just a conversation, because you hear, students, the situation that we're in with ICE, people have a lot of concern about students and possibly their parents being deported and those types of things. So that's just an ongoing conversation that we need to make sure that we have on the forefront what our processes are. Why did I know you was gonna ask me that, Trustee Lee? And so, I know there was some communication sent out in the school, but of course.
It was sent out, yeah. An email came out. I don't remember.
Yeah.
It was sent out.
Yeah. Yeah, all the board members should be getting it, but I will make a note to make sure you have that by tomorrow morning. Okay, but it comes through the YCS communication.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was
it
there.
came.
We'll get it, we'll
Okay.
get it to you. You found it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jerry Lynn is good about communicating. No, it just came out, and of course I didn't write it down, but,
I was just ready to ask that.
they have not, I'm on the scholarship committee portion of it. They have not, drafted the upcoming application, but I will steady push that that's out early in January, because that's when a lot of the scholarships, are available. So that's, something that we're consistently working at to make sure that students have access to that in enough time. Yes.
All right.
But other than that, that's all I have.
All right. Thank you, trustee Townsend. Other subcommittee reports? Board superintendent comments, board? Trustee Goodrich.
Hi. Apologies, I know it's late. I just wanted to talk briefly on invest in my kids, and I know we already heard from Mr. Suffety at our last meeting and Mr. Weiss at this meeting about this. But I'll try to be brief. I was reminded this morning, 7 years ago today, I had the privilege of attending a 482 Forward conference in Detroit, where I got to see educators, families, and community members come together to really problem solve around fair and adequate funding for schools. This is just one of a bunch of similarly themed legislator town halls and other types of events that I know many of you have taken part in. But this was the first time I saw real plans for grassroots action. And this experience, as part of that community, shaped my goals for supporting public education long before I had any ideas about serving on school board. Those same partners are now helping to lead the citizen-driven effort to place Invest My Kids on the ballot, giving us a real viable path towards a more stable long-term pre-K through 12 funding through this fair share surcharge that you've heard about. And as an individual citizen, I've been collecting signatures and talking with families and educators and members of our community about what having more adequate funding could mean for our scholars and communities like ours. We are all aware that how the recent and all too common delays in setting public education budget at the state level have been challenging and frustrating to districts all across Michigan, including ours, and it's made it even more clear how vulnerable our current funding structure is. We know public understanding matters. Endorsements from trusted leaders help people evaluate issues. The Michigan State Board of Education, Senator Jeff Irwin, Representatives Jimmy Wilson Jr. and Jason Morgan are among the many folks who have endorsed this initiative. And it helps to raise awareness and encourages thoughtful attention to what this could mean for Michigan students. I know our own board has historically offered thoughtful support and has passed resolutions on issues that directly affect our community. And I'm really proud of the care that we bring to those decisions. Of course, I understand the process our board follows for any formal action. And I appreciate the opportunity at the end of this very long night to share why this statewide effort matters. And just to reiterate my request that we as a board consider the opportunity to lend formal support to the effort to get the signatures needed to put this initiative in front of our voters before the mid-February signature collection deadline. Thanks.
Trustee Espy, I just also want to voice my support of what you were offering today as an individual citizen. I have also been collecting signatures, and I think that it aligns with what our board values as well. And I would love to see us move forward with supporting the initiative.
Trustee Sutton Kennedy. Ditto in everything that was just said. I've also been collecting signatures as an individual citizen, and I just wanted to share my support as well.
Trustee Townsend, I do support the initiative. What I was happy with is that they did come back with a more detailed plan for when I first heard about it. And so there is a lot of major push behind from the elected officials in our area, as well as certain parties. I definitely feel that this is something that we should consider. That's the end of my comment on that. Am I allowed to go to the rest of my comment? Okay, all right. And so, the other comment I would like to make is, thank you to everybody, that has provided condolences. I can't even remember if I said this already, but I'm gonna say it again for record. This past month has been a blur, but I do appreciate, all of your support, calls, text messages, prayers. It is much needed. I am excited about the upcoming Thanksgiving season for the district, just not overall, but yeah, for district, the 8th, I got my invitation, just to remind board members if you can attend. They do an excellent job. The food is really good, usually the macaroni and cheese. I think it's Miss Deborah that does the macaroni and cheese over there. Please, if you can support, please support it. I look forward to supporting, President Hawkins and Dr. Zachary Ross on the 20th, for the event that will be here. You all should have received an email about that. And, yeah, I mean, that's all I got, but thank you all. And just continue to keep my family in your prayers.
I just want to say, I don't think we've met since we went to MESB. Have we? So anyway, I just want to say that that was a really welcome, and we haven't had a discussion like we did the last one. I don't know if we're planning one. If we are, I won't talk. But if we're planning a get together to go over, what that was like. But if we're not, then I can talk about it. But so anyway, I just want to say that was one of the, out of all the ones I've kind of went to in the past, that was one of the most enlightening one that I went to be honest, because it was a lot of women kind of spoke. A lot of women took charge, and all of the ones that I attended were women just really being women, you know what I mean? Just talking about their leadership and where they are and how they go through certain struggles, and how the president of the board and the superintendent, how they kind of mesh or not mesh, that we got to hear some people talk about that, give their examples on how they get along. So that was one of the most enlightening ones, and I talked about, I've been to many, and some of them are kind of like, oh, okay, here we go again, but all of the ones I went to, I came out with it, just like, oh my God, that was good, and it was worth it. And then I went to the one for the strategic planning, very informative, good information. I know we're about to roll out some stuff. We haven't quite done it yet, but it was very good information that they talked about in that class as well. If you hadn't had that one, it's a good one to have. I know we're talking about it, but it's very good and enlightening, and what they went over, and a little what word I'm trying to say, team building stuff that we did. We did some nice little team building exercises, and they were good and stuff like that. And I got to voice our opinion about YCS. I got to put us on the map with a couple of people a couple people didn't think that we were doing some things. One of the questions was about AI, and they had different areas of if they're established or if they're in, what was the other was, encounter something, whatever it was. One of the district's superintendent was there, and he was like, well, I really don't think anybody's really using AI to that level or not. So I don't think it's established. I said, I beg your pardon. I said, we are at YCS, and we have policies on everything. I mean, he was like, oh, well, wait a minute, back that up a little bit, because I just had to speak on that, and I just wanted to just to talk about that and say that, and then another one, the instructor was talking about the vision and the mission statement. And she was like, well, if you don't know it by heart or you're not doing it, I had to speak on that. I'm like, I beg your pardon. So I was being really a nuisance. They probably wanted to kick me out the class. But my point is, I don't agree with that. Because just because I don't know it by heart, that doesn't mean that we're not doing it, right? Because we talk about it, we know it, and I tell her we have it posted different places. But she was like, because maybe they're too long, or it's too long. I think they are. I think ours is a little too long, but at the same time, it's still good. It gets to the point. But I really didn't agree. I had to say to her, I don't agree with that. I said, because we're doing the work, I don't have to know it by heart. You know what I mean? Because I know what it is, I know what it says, I know what it's about, but I don't have to be able to quote that back to you and you to say that if I don't know it, then we're not doing that work. So I just wanted to say that.
Good advocacy. That's right. Thank you for sharing that. Other board comments?
I just wanted to say thank you, Trustee Goodrich, for your thought on the initiative that's going on. I myself I didn't know anything about it. I haven't heard about it, but that's because so much been going on in my life. But I will research it. I can't say right now that I support it. I have to research it first. And thank you for your initiative on it also. Trustee Townsend, you know, I'm here for you. If you need anything, just give me a call, okay? All right. And with that being said, I just want to give y'all a quick update. My son is still in the hospital. His lungs are great. His lungs are great. But the tip of it, you know, where the lungs and something, where they meet, some pipe or something. I don't know the technical word for it. It's the airway. This tube there is his tube, not the lungs. The lungs are fine, but it's fluid is collecting right there. So they're putting in a stent. And the stent they need to put in is an open top stent. It's not the stent that they normally do. But U of M didn't have that kind, so they had to overnight it from the company. So it'll be here tomorrow. And they planning on doing the surgery Wednesday. Okay? So everything will be fine. They're gonna put that stent in, and then they're gonna keep an eye on him and have him come in every 3 months, you know, to keep an eye on it. Because they don't want the fluid to collect because it'll damage the lungs. Okay?
Okay.
And the lungs are great, and they don't want that, and he'll be right back in the place where he was. So that's what's going on now. But he's in the hospital right now. And if that stent doesn't work, somehow, some 3D, they can make a stent to match the lungs or some way they do it, you know, with the trachea, some way they can do it and they can make that. But they said that is so far down the line, you know, that they ain't even worrying about that because the stent is going to work. And, you know, he don't have to have it forever. It's just right now, that's what they're going to do just to keep the fluid out and the airway open. So that's what's going on. I still can't go and visit him because of my asthma, and they don't want me around him. And I said, well, I understand that because they don't want him getting anything. And they said, with your asthma being like that, you can't come near him. And I said, dang, my little bear, okay. So his dad been going up there and everything's fine. And his sister's been going up there, so, and reporting back to me. So everything's fine. He's in good spirit and everything. And he be FaceTiming me and we sit and talk for a long time. So yeah. So he's good. So that's the update.
Thank you, Vice President Lee, for giving us that update. We appreciate it.
Madam President, I want to, honestly, one thing that I wanted to bring forward, and I'm so glad, thank you for the update, Vice President Lee. I'm so glad that things are moving in the right direction and they are figuring out what to do next. I also wanted to lift up that November is Transgender Awareness Month. This week specifically is highlighted as Transgender Awareness Week. And on Thursday, November 20th, it is the Trans Day of Remembrance, which is essentially a day that is held to honor the memories of those folks who have lost their life to violence against trans folk. Particularly, one of the practices is to read out the names of those who have lost their life in the past year. Within the USA alone, there have been 63 deaths in the past year due to violence against trans folk. So I just wanted to lift that up, but that's this Thursday. And at the University of Michigan, we will be holding an event to support that. And so hopefully, if you have the opportunity, we'd love for you to be there to support and honor those folks.
Thank you, Trustee Espy. Other board comments?
Trustee Sutton Kennedy. I wanted to also talk about the MASB conference and then just say, thank you for the opportunity to go to that conference. I learned a lot. It was a really good conference. I feel like I got through so many training at that conference, and I appreciated that opportunity to sort of just condense that learning into that amount of time. But I just wanted to thank the district for providing that opportunity for professional development and being a better board member. I have some notes, but I don't have them with me today. Anyway, so I will save those for email, or if we do end up having a debrief, to share those at that time. I also wanted to talk about public comment. I think this was something that we might have talked about after the CUBE conference, but today we did have some folks who had to leave because public comment was so far down in our agenda, and we don't often stay too late in our meetings, but every now and then we do. So I was wondering, I don't know if this is the space to bring that up or if this is better done somewhere else, but if we could permanently just move public comment further up in the agenda so we don't have to is it going to be a long one, amend, and it's just always the first one specifically higher up. So that way those folks can go ahead and share their comment with us and they don't have to wait until 9:04 like they did today to finally share their comments. So I just wanted to share that.
Thank you, Trustee Sutton Kennedy. Any other board comments? I had a few, but I'll just be really brief and hold the rest of them for another time because of time. December 15th, we have the superintendent's evaluation, just as a reminder. And then that's also the day that we hold our board self-evaluation. And so that might be also another opportunity to talk about, to your point, Trustee Sutton Kennedy, agenda items. We normally don't have meetings this long, but it's something that I think the board can consider and think about. Do we want to move up that public comment portion of the meeting? Thank you to those of you who RSVP'd for the event on Thursday. We're excited to celebrate and commemorate 10 years of service in collaboration with EMU School of Social Work at Ypsilanti Community Schools. Want to just acknowledge and thank all the board members for their individual advocacy regarding the Invest in My Kids initiative. I think at this point we are, as far as I understand it, because I don't think anyone has come to present formally to the board about the initiative. 750,000 signatures are needed, correct? And so if board members desire and community members desire, certainly hope that people would sign the petition and support that effort, because that is what gets it on the ballot. And I hope that we will continue to be thoughtful as board members in our consideration of items on our agenda, even resolutions. I know when we had the gun resolution that came before the board a number of times, and I believe the superintendent met with the person who was leading that initiative. And so I would just encourage us to continue to think about our processes and make sure that we are engaging in thoughtful deliberation, because I don't even know enough about it. I have lots of questions about the initiative. And so I want to make sure I really understand the implications and kind of the legislator's standpoint and kind of, what does this mean? And I'll do my own homework. I'll continue to do my homework regarding that. But just wanted to thank everybody who is advocating, because I think we can all agree that we want more money for Michigan kids. That's not in question. I think we just have to be mindful of our process as we think about individual versus support, endorsing as a board. So I just wanted to make sure I said that. And the rest of my comments, because I know it's very late, I will save for another time and turn it over to Dr. Zachary Ross.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to give a few dates. Estabrook has Multicultural Night, November 19th from 5:30 to 7:30. They want to make sure to get invitations out. Ace Thanksgiving luncheon, I know you got the invite, November 25th from 11 to 2. The Ypsilanti Community Middle School STEM Night is December 9th from 5 to 7. Ypsilanti Community High School's Arts Beats and Eats, they really wanted everyone out December 11th from 5:30 to 7:30. The Parapro to Teacher cohort, we got new teachers graduating. Graduation celebration December 11th from 5:30 to 7:30. We have 2 that are becoming teachers. We have legislative tours, just like you went to tours. All those supporters are, we gave them 2 dates, December 12th and
Yes.
15th from 9 to 3. So they'll be coming to see where that PA 321 dollars are. And we have 2 exciting announcements. You know that when we were in Cube, many of the people were talking about, we got VILS money, the Verizon Innovative School Learning, Innovative Learning Schools. We had interviews for 3 of our schools, the middle school, ACE and YCHS. We got the announcement on Friday that we have 2 new VILS schools, ACE and YCHS will be Verizon Innovative Learning Schools. So I cannot wait to see what that means, that all of, I'm looking at Solomon, all of our scholars will have devices that are internet connected that they will be able to take home. So we'll be able to use our other devices for other things, but they will be able to take those devices home. We'll have a coach with them at our school. So this will really enhance what we'll be able to do and what our scholars can do at home with those devices. So we're really excited about that. And then one more connection that I need Solomon here for, because real quickly about fiber, if you saw that big truck outside when you parked, it was a big truck with these big round things on the back. We have fiber installation, and I just wanted him to tell what that meant really quickly and how we're thinking about the community as we have fiber installation.
So this is the project we talked about back in March for the E-rate. And so this is to bring resilient connection to the district. So no longer are we depending on power lines that can get hit and fall over, squirrels can chew. It's all underground, all armored, as what's called now, and it's on this giant sheath. And so that's what you see out there, that is for the internal district, rebuilding fiber that we haven't touched in a long time, and then all the way to the ISD. And so giving us a really solid connection to the internet. And the vendor's been very responsive to our community's needs, because digging fiber will go into people's yards, in the front of the yards, that they're right up to the road. And so we hear from the city, and we let the vendor know, and they've gotten specific addresses from people, and they will go and check out those sites, right, as they are doing the work and working with subcontractors to get the work done and move along. So it's been very much at a good rate, and also very responsive to the needs of the community. When a complaint has been lodged with the city, it's like, hey, something didn't get put up, they're responding to it. So.
And we also, if you've ever gone, which I know many of you have, to the football field and you've seen that long line at the food shack, not the shack, but the food stand. And you know that's because we can't do point of sale, because we don't have internet out there. Right? So what will this do for us at Shafford Field?
Yeah, so this will be bring in a new fiber connection to the Shafford Fieldhouse, but also to the press box for the first time. And so that will help alleviate a lot of the things that we're doing right now to get streaming and our cameras out there. So this is going to be a huge boon for athletics out there. And the next place, we got to look at all the other fields. But yes, this one for sure is going to be part of this project. So this is really great.
Any questions about that?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Anything else? All set? All right, the time is 10:47. This Board of Education meeting is adjourned.